Recording in progress.
Morning, colleagues.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
How is South African morning today? Valerie, are we ready to start?
Chair, there are
Valerie?
there are only 4 members online, 5 members online now. I don't know if you want to wait for another 1 or 2, or if you want to continue the meeting.
Let me see who's not here so that I can quickly call them. Good morning, the Honorable the Minister.
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
I'm good, Minister. How are you? I
Very
like your
good,
background.
thank you. It's especially for the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, if it can be shared so that even when we do everything on Zoom, it's like that. It's very, very good, and it talks about us.
It's very nice, eh?
Okay, if you're ready, you can start the meeting. It corrects now.
Okay.
Yes, we are here. We are here. We've arrived. Leadership is here. Good morning, Chair.
No, the leadership has always been here. You can't just come here and say the leadership has arrived. The leadership has always been. You found the leadership in the room, Honorable Plus, eh?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, Valerie, if you can project the program. Thanks very much, Valerie, and greetings to honorable members who have joined, and thanks for joining. Greetings to the honorable the minister and the team from the department, both from Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa and from the department itself. We are meeting today on this platform at 9:30 on this Zoom virtual platform to receive a briefing by the Department of Transport on the Strategic Plan 2025-2026, the Annual Performance Plan, and 2025-2026 budget. We'll also later receive the briefing by for PRASA on the Strategic Plan 2025-2026 Corporate Plan and 2025-2026 budget. I want to take this moment to welcome you, the Honorable the Minister and your team. Looking forward to a fruitful engagement with you and the team. I would want to check if there is an apology from Valerie, if there is any apology that has been recorded.
Chair, there was an apology. There was an apology from the Deputy Minister, Dr. Hunsinger, and Ms. Kobe may only join later. Those are the three apologies that were received.
Okay, we did note to record the apology of the Honorable the Deputy Minister, and I think it's noted. The apology of Dr. Hunsinger is still there, and we also note Ms. Kobe will indicate when she has joined. Thanks very much. That is noted and welcome. I would want us to move with, because we are to receive two plans that are a bit huge. I wouldn't want us to waste a lot of time on anything, but I would request the Honorable the Minister, if there is any apology on your part, apart from the apology of the Honorable the Deputy Minister.
Chair, good morning to all the committee members. And Chair, if we are not finished by 2 o'clock, I will have to leave you as I have to catch a flight to Cape Town. But otherwise, I'll be with you here in the meeting. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Minister. I strongly believe that we should be done by that particular time if we're going to run our meeting in a smart way. We should be done by that particular time, but let's see what happens. And if we are not done, we'll then release you. You are noted. You can just indicate when the time for you to depart arrives that you are stepping off. And on that note, Honorable yes, Honorable Malmaja.
Kindly note that Honorable Nkubani is said she's trying to join and she's not getting through. If you can, through Valerie, assist that so to up the number of the attendants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malmaja. Valerie, if you on the sideline together with our team, you can try to locate Honorable Nkopani so that we are on the same page. And on that note, I'm going to welcome you, Honorable Minister, to introduce the matters, starting with the department's strategic plan. And from there, we can move to the other matters, and then we then take discussions and engagement later on. Honorable Malmaja, if you can just for a few minutes step in for me. Honorable Minister, the platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And before I start, let me take the opportunity to express my sincere condolences to the EFF. There was a very serious bus accident that took place in the early hours of this morning between a bus and a truck. And so far, there have been 9 fatalities. I believe that the bus was transporting EFF supporters. And I really want to express my profound sadness that this accident happened. And may the souls of those who have departed rest in peace. With your permission, Chair, I think we should just observe a moment of silence.
In that order, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Malmaja, step in.
Thank you, Chair. Will do.
Colleagues, I'm in this meeting together with the acting head of our department, acting DDG Mokonyama. There are also we are also with the chief finance officer, as well as the a number of the DDGs from a number of branches. And I'm just looking here. I don't yet see Mr. Emmerin, the CEO of PRASA and the chairperson of the PRASA board, but they will no doubt, if I can't see them online, I'm sure they will be joining us shortly. Chairperson, let me just say that I think what we all understand is that transport is an important economic enabler, as well as providing an important social service. And during the course of this administration, our primary objective is to try to restore our transport and logistics sector to functioning effectively. What we understand is that the logistics bottlenecks that exist in our rail and in our ports have been costing our economy upwards of R1 billion a day. We also understand that problems in the passenger rail sector have led to a situation where working people are spending huge amounts of their income on transport. And there are, in the international domain, interesting comparisons between Vietnam and South Africa, where workers in Vietnam are earning on a par with South African workers, but the take-home pay is very different. And the reason is that workers in Vietnam are spending about 10% of their income on transport, whereas workers in South Africa are spending almost 50% on transport. And in this regard, Chair, you would understand that the important work that PRASA has been doing in terms of restoring our priority rail lines is something that is enormously important to working people in our country. We were very delighted that we were finally able to open the Central Line in Cape Town between Khayelitsha and Cape Town, and that now brings to 35 out of 40 priority lines that we have managed to restore. And as a result of that important development, we are now seeing that we are transporting, we are having about 77 million passenger journeys a year. So we are on the road now to meet our target of achieving 600 million passenger journeys by 2030. And I'm sure you will all be interested to hear the details of these developments from PRASA later in the course of this morning. So with having given that background, Chair, I like to understand what we have to do in this particular term of government in terms of 6 numbers. So the first number is the 600 million passenger journeys per annum. The second number is to achieve 250 million tons of freight per annum on our Transnet network. The third number is to improve the performance of our cranes so that we are loading and unloading ships faster, moving to 30 gross crane moves per hour. We want to halve the number of road accidents by 45% by 2029 and achieve the AU and UN target of halving road accidents by 2030. And then our two other numbers really relate to the aviation sector. And there we want to ensure that we have 42 million passengers per annum moving through the AXA network and 1.2 million tons of freight moving through OR, Tambo, and other airports. So these are the 6 numbers, and we see this as being important because we have a huge ecosystem in the transport sector. As you know, there are 16 entities plus the driver's license card machine under our department. And it's very important that we try and orientate this very big ecosystem towards common collective goals, so that we do achieve our overall objective of improving the transport sector and the logistics sector by 2029. At this point, Chair, I would want to pause with the introductory remarks, and I would want to hand over to the Acting Director General and his team, and they will take you through the presentation. You can obviously, we have 60, no, it's more than 60. There's over 80 slides. The guidance we're going to give is that while we would deal in some detail with the different branches, we would want to suggest that we should go fairly swiftly through the first 25 slides. They're really background slides, and we would want to suggest that we move fairly quickly through that. Over to you, Acting DG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Very good morning to you. Thank you, Minister. We will definitely hit the guidance. That was where one was going to start, that we've got 82 slides, including the cover slide and the thank you slide. Obviously, in the interest of time, we are going to move very swiftly on the background stuff, but focus more on the real matters that one we are going to do in the things that we are going to do in the next 5 years, but then also focus more on the next 25-26 APP projects and programs. If I were to be assisted in the with the presentation, as I do not necessarily have the rights to attach from the Secretariat or from the peer of, let me just share the presentations. They've done the
Valerie, are we winning with that?
I have given rights to Ms. Ngwenya and Mr. Mokonyama.
Can we, Baguma? Thank you. Can we? Are you able to attach from your side? We've got the entire team here, all DGs and acting DGs for the branches, mainly because we took advantage of the platform, which is virtual, so everybody's here. In planning unit ordinarily would have presented, but like again, in the interest of time, I will present, and then the colleagues will be on standby for the question. The presentation. Let's go to the presentation itself. Contains two major parts. It is the strat plan and the APP of the department, as well as of the entity that is operating within the department, rather not a fully fledged state-owned entity, which is our driver's license card account, which is a trading account in the department. Reason being, it is a substantial part of us as the department. It's not a semi-dependent or standalone SOE. The only difference is that the books are separate, the financials are separate, it gets audited separately from the department, but we'll deal with its issues on the strat plan and the APP. And then later on, the CFO of the department will take the honorable members through the finances and the budget going forward. The slides are not moving. Lingwe was in. Yes. Okay. Now, Chair, what drives us and really is the medium-term development plan of the government. It has identified. They have identified at cabinet level 3 priorities, which will drive the 7th administration for the next 5 years. We used to call this MTSF priorities. So the MTDP priorities or strategic priorities are 3, which is driving the inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty, and tackle high cost of living, as well as building a capable and ethical and developmental state. So whatever thing that we do as government or as part of government, as a department, will be definitely be making sure that we deliver in part or in whole those 3 priorities. Next slide, please. This I will go through very fast, Chairperson. Is really is for own reading, except to say that we are very much aligned to the NDPP pillars. More especially pillar number 3, which is the expansion of the economy and making growth inclusive. And I'll focus more on the last columns, Chair. We have established a PSP unit, and we'll introduce public sector participation, private sector participation into our rail system through concessions and other related projects, so that we crowd in the private sector to come and operate and assist. We already have trimmed the interim rail interim manager on infrastructure. Meaning, therefore, that we have vertically separated infrastructure from operations in preparation for private sector participation. Chair. And then the other highlight there is the issue around the high-speed rail, Chair. We are very serious and are busy with the work on the high-speed rail. We are at pre-feasibility studies on the 3 corridors, Joburg, Durban, Joburg, Mosina 1 in the Limpopo. So we are very serious around this issue, Chairperson. And then the corporatization of TNPA at Transnet. Next, like I indicated, we'll move very, very fast on this one. We'll spend more time later on. Here is an issue around job creation. There will be 86,000 within the AXA stable, 23,000 on the IPTNs, and then reducing fatalities, as the minister has indicated, by 50%. reintroduced the RAPS bill to come into the parliamentary processes so that we deal with the challenges that are at RAF, more especially issues around payments of claims. And then we reduced the waiting time for the driver's license. For now, the baseline is 14 days. I'll talk about the delays with the current version later on, and then we want to reduce that to 5. Next slide. The increased infrastructure investment, access, efficiency, and costs. Again, issues around roads. Within the SANRAL itself, it's 24,000 networks, 75,000 jobs, and then a total of 827 within the provincial roads using our PRMG and the roads budget. This is the sector. And then we'll also then process through Parliament the National Rail Act. Minister spoke about to be delivered annually within the rail freight. We would like to also improve efficiency at the ports by striving to move between 25 and 30 tons per hour, processing 30 crates per hour at the ports, bringing in those efficiencies, delivering 1.2 million tons of air freight through the among others, developing a fresh air freight strategy, then processing more than 42 million passengers at the AXA airports, as the minister indicated. Move faster, Sengiwe. That is also an issue around how we deal with the economic regulation. Part of the work that I spoke about of PSPs and economic regulation. So we will operationalize the transport economic regulator in this next 5 years and basically make sure that it is fully capacitated, starting with the incorporation of the ports regulator SA, and then plugging in all the economic regulators into this single entity. Next slide. Chairperson, this enabling environment for investment and improve competitiveness through structural reform as a pillar are what we will do in the space as a transport. Obviously, ensuring profitable coastal shipping services in South Africa and the 3 SADC and ESC countries. And then operationalizing the coastal agreement between us and the 3 SADC countries. Next slide, Sengiwe. Developing the necessary legislation for sustainable and fully independent authority, separating safety issues and the regulation of the aviation incidents. Basically, clearly drawing the lines between what SACA is doing now and matters that require regulation in perspective. And reforming the licensing regime in the air services, both for domestic and for and international, but focusing more on international operations by making sure that FOPs are processed, foreign operator permits are processed within a reasonable time, Chairperson, of around two months for commercial flights, but having also to deal with non-commercial flights, which are your emergency flights for landing rights and related services. So we're bringing in efficiencies in that space. Next slide. Improved energy security and just energy transition. We're developing our own transport just transition plan. Chairperson, we hope that it will be finalized and probably implemented in this next 5 years, Chair. And then having to deal with the charging facilities or infrastructure for electric vehicles, which unfortunately or fortunately, depending on where you are the vehicles of the future, Chairperson. Then talking to decarbonization, both in aviation and maritime, Chair. Chairperson, the other issue is the skills development master plan will be developed in the next 5 years. And in the department, we've already started with the reorganizing the department to make sure that we deliver on all of these things that I've spoken about, and the ones that I'll conclude on quite soon. Next slide, Sandiwe. Secure cyberspace, this is IT related. We do not for any chance believe that we are not vulnerable to cyber insecurities, and that's why we need to be always combat ready around matters of this nature, Chairperson. And then we also have to ensure that issues around the gender-based violence, as per the strategy from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, are adhered to, expected to report on that one. So each and every subsector will definitely have to ensure that they promote issues related to anti-GBV and report on them on an annual basis. Next slide. Revitalizing the harbors to ensure operational fishing harbors are intact. And then the DDM model, definitely part of us, Chairperson. For some reasons, we are champions in the city of Cape Town as a metro, but basically one plan, one district, one plan. Phenomenal also guide our planning, whether it's ITPs or any other plan in the local sphere, so that there is synergy among all the sectors, at least at district level and metro levels. Next slide. Chair, I will be repeating what the minister has said, and some of the things that I've already said if I go through this list. But this then become our priorities as we respond to both the NDP and the MTDP. All of these things will define us for the next 5 years. These are basically the reasons why we are here as a department and why we have to be here and are contributing towards the broader government response to service delivery and related issues. So basically, I'll skip this one. I've spoke to them. I think we can also skip the issues around this scenario planning and this part anyway, because that's basically where we are really lamenting about stop there, about the challenges that we're trying to achieve with the broader strategic plans that we have presented. Now, coming will be the programs, APPs, Chair, going forward. And again, because it's details, Chair, I'll just pick up on the basically the key ones and the ones that I knew into the space, Chair. The others would be a continuation of the last strategic plan, of course, with a little bit of improvements here and there. Chair, the program structure has changed. We used to have 7 programs, and now we have received functions and colleagues from the former Department of Public Enterprises. Basically, the colleagues who were dealing with oversight over Transnet and SAA. Those are colleagues, and that function, because of the new reconfiguration of government, they now form part of us. And then we have introduced, mainly for admin purposes, Program 8, which is called SOC GAP, State-Owned Companies, Governance, Assurance, and Performance. Yeah, they call it SOC GAP. That is Program 8 for budgeting and admin purposes. As I have indicated, we have started and we will soon pronounce on the exact form and shape that the department will look like in delivering on the priorities that I've mentioned before. So this program structure might change going forward. Chair, next slide, please. Let's go. Let's go. Chair, this is Program 1, that is Administration, Finance, and Office of the Director General. Chair, we deal with issues and matters of improved governance and capacity, a capacitated and efficient public service. Chair, here are the issues around questions, the issues around 30-day payments, and the issues around skills development. There's an issue around 50-50 chairperson, as you would know. We really would want to strive towards 50% representation at SMS, starting with 49 in the first year, and then achieving it in the next year. I've spoken about the issue of cyber security. Chair, we definitely would not rest until we have got sound financial controls and the management of finance. So prudent financial management is very, very key for our performance. As a result, we'll continue to deal with matters of unqualified audits and, as I've indicated, 30-day payment period. Chair, Program 2, which is ITP, deals with the matters I've spoken about, the Just Transition Plan for the sector, and then we're going to reverse our own green transport strategy, Chairperson, and then the establishment of the Transport Economic Regulator. Next slide. Program 3, which is rail. Basically, Chair, quite a number of and a lot of things are happening in rail, Chair. You will hear PRASA's plans in the second part of this meeting, but that is a space that we pride ourselves because we have clearly recovered, Chair, if you know, 40 or 41 corridors. The PRASA people will elaborate, and DDG Rail can do the same. And we're left with only 5, and we believe we're at the tail end of that part. But there's an issue around PSP, there's an issue around high-speed rail, and then there is an issue of the Rail Act, which will definitely be bringing to cabinet, and then the national devolution strategy, which work has already started. Yeah, now you can go to the next slide. Thank you. In roads transport, Chairperson, these are the matters of the road safety. We finalizing the national road safety strategy. obviously talking to the issues we really would want to see, which is halving the road fatalities by 50% in 2030. So in this earlier years, we'll be having the NRSS approved, National Road Safety Strategy approved, and then Chair, we would also definitely be transforming the issues around the driving license cards. I'll repeat it later on. But here, Chair, we want to move from the 5-year expiry period for the driver's license to 8 years for driver's license before you renew it. And that is basically for smaller vehicles, on category B vehicles, Chairperson, because we believe in that area as we benchmark, but also the durability of the card itself could definitely endure the 8 years. Streamlining the road entities, Chairperson, we still are following up on the matter of seeing if we cannot rationalize within the entities that we have, because there is a little bit of duplication of roles, but the roles and functions are pretty much related, and they can be better performed in a centralized manner and format. Let us go. I think the issue of DLTCs and VTCs, we repeat it every year, ensuring zero corruption in that space and area. And then we'll finalize our funding policy so that we now know how we need to invest in the road space. And part of this doing oversight on the projects will be part of what we continue. Chair, in terms of the PRMG, the Provincial Road Maintenance Program and its grant, we would want to bring in reforms. One, continue with the instruction that started just after the 7th administration, which is follow your money, but also making sure that we get the most out of the PRMG. Next slide. Civil aviation, Chairperson. I've spoken about the separation or the issue of having an aviation accident and incident separate from the regulatory role of currently SACA. That is part of what will talk to us. And then deal with the issue of the liberalization of the skies, Chairperson. Our MOUs need to talk to part of removing restrictions, basically with at least 2 African countries, 3 American countries, 7 European countries, and then 4 in Asia and the Middle East. I've spoken about the issue of the air freight, not airlift, air freight strategy that will be finalized this year, but obviously have approved in the following year. Next slide. Program 6, coastal agreements. I've spoken about this to be signed. And then the National Ports Amendment Bill, Chairperson, to be submitted in Parliament. And then still pursuing some of the key projects of Operation PRASA in terms of trying to wrap up, obviously with improved efficiencies, and that part of the work. Next slide. Chair, the issue around the IMO audits will definitely ensure that we create what we call post-audit action plan to deal with addressing the findings of the last audit, Chairperson. And then there is an issue around the maritime master plan, Chair, and then the decarbonization of maritime when it comes to vessels and our contribution to matters mitigating climate change. And then I've spoken about the fishing vessels. Next slide. And then the last but one program check will be the public transport. So, significantly here, there are the issues of the development of the policy. Where this has taken long, it will still take slightly long because we're going back to the drawing board to try and fix one or two issues. And then, Chair, we as we have indicated in the meeting before this one, we are revising the tax recapitalization program, Chair, as well as the IPTNs. With the tax recapitalization program, we really would want to repurpose even funding in that space to try and mitigate for the for the high cost of financing new vehicles by the taxi operators. Share that work should be finalized soon, and then we're looking at discussing with the relevant people, including the National Treasury, to ensure that that work happens. And next slide, gender base is for everyone. Chair, the other program that would want to review, or are reviewing, not would want to, we are reviewing is the IPTNs. We'll continue supporting the cities that are in the program, but we need to refocus it. Basically, Chair, to move away from this focus on infrastructure, ensuring that you have more buses, because really we can't be stuck in infrastructure when the people are not being moved. And then there is an issue around the universal access, including setting up of new standards, but basically implementing the resolutions of the summit held, the presidential summit that was held. Chairperson, Shivagalola remains our popular program. In a little but meaningful way, we definitely are making lives better for the school-going kids. Next slide. Chair, that is the SOC gap that I've spoken about. Basically, Chair, we would want to ensure that shareholders' compacts and performance agreements of entities, one, they are compiled and prepared and submitted and approved on time, but two, they talk to the issues that as the shareholder, as the departments, as the policy department, they respond to our policies as a department in their day-to-day work, as they are the implementers of these policies. So the only way we can, the one way we can hold them accountable is to ensure that shareholders' compacts are tight and talks to the expectations of the shareholder. Next slide. Chair, the LCA that I've spoken about, I'll also just swim through very, very fast. Chair, I've indicated it's the trading account. The reason we are reporting on it is because the legislation enjoins the DG of the department to be the accounting officer of the DLCA. As I have said, what is different from other entities is that it's not a fully fledged SOC, but the books are separate and they are audited separately. Next slide. I'm nearly towards handing over to the CFO of the department. Next slide, Sengiwa. Chair, This is the issue around reorganizing this entity with the sole aim of trying to make it a huge, not a huge, a unit in the department, more than it being so separate. That talks to the issue of reorganizing the entity, having to incorporate the people who would have belonged to the old service provider that was doing the work, and those that were seconded from the department, and ensuring that they are now having a permanent home in the department. Chair, in the recent years, because of the many talks around where really this function should be performed, we have since experienced vacancies at the DLCA at critical positions, including that of the head and the CFO. That is the issue that we would want to rectify. Once certainty of the structure is sought, these positions will have to be for this current financial year. Next slide, the other issues about training. The next slide, Chairperson, is to continue to develop a PAP and implement it, responding to matters raised by the AGSA and our own internal audits on this. And then the other issues are the standard legislated compliance around 30-day payment period. Next slide. And then conformance and compliance with ISO 9001 standard. Chairperson, around audits still again. And then the other issue is just development and maintenance of a 30-year strat plan, which we have, and an approved APP, which we have, Chairperson, and have tabled. The issue around driving cars licenses, Chairperson, currently with the current machine, we still are striving to and subscribing to the 14 days. There have been challenges. Unfortunately, Chair, we definitely would want to ensure that as we plan for the future, whether in the short term or in the longer term, we are within the 14 days and even reduce it as we have indicated in the broader structure of the department to 5 working days. Then the production of the cars themselves, Chair, we currently are producing in the region of 3.3, and then the target is to increase steadily that number to 2.5, 2.8, and 2.7. By the way, the target for the last year is 2,400, and then we'll just look at the audited figures. 2 million, 2.4 million. We'll look at the audited figures and see how we have performed. And this was the period where we started experiencing problems with the current machines. And then the turnaround time for distribution, we're striving for 95% and delivered within 5 working days. That's after production. Production 14 days, and then distribution 5 days. The issue around the new cards in terms of implementation, we will just talk to that in the next couple of slides. Next slide, again, the storage of the information will be guided, obviously, by those that will be assisting us. If we were to definitely embrace and use cloud technology so that we don't invest in servers which have got a finite space, whereas we can embrace a new technology, but also ensuring that it is not prone to infiltration. Digitalization of the entire process is what is key, Chairperson. We have already started by online bookings and other related issues, but of significance is to ensure that we digitalize the whole processes so that it is free from human interference, but also it is transparent and open, and the or the applicant can actually locate their own application processes online and in real time. Next slide. Chair, I think this is part around the service delivery environment is to ensure that we have enough equipment. We are always ready to service the people. We don't have huge downtimes, and where we are saying always people are told we are offline and they can be assisted. So we want to reduce those type of incidences, but also get closer to the public through stakeholder management. Next. Chair, that is the budget, Chairperson. I wouldn't want to bore you much around this, but just indicating that in terms of income statement, Chairperson, we really would hope to expense 379 in the next financial year, rising and going down a little bit because that would have factored in the issues around the new machines, Chair. But let's continue. And in terms of the financial situation or balance sheet, Chairperson, those are the figures and the reasons given because of the reasons given there, Chair. Of significant is the amount of money that would not have been used because of the stoppage in the machine, which is net assets and liability position, Chairperson. But these figures are more about what would have happened in quarter 3, Chairperson. I think we can move on this. It is not the budget for the for for the entire year. But Chair, those are the positions that I spoke about, and they are critical. But that is why we also, so that it is now no longer very far from the department, bring it closer to the department so we are able to monitor what is happening in that account. Next slide, please. Now, Chair, I'll finish off by just sharing with the committee the situation around the current machine, the plans in the immediate, and the plans in the long-term future around this important functions in the lives of South African drivers. That is very key and important, Chairperson, because I think here we would like to make sure that each driver that drives on our roads is properly licensed. In that way, we'll be contributing also towards the reduction in fatalities, which is the bigger issue that we mentioned earlier on. Chair, we had a breakdown of the current machine between February and April. And then it's because, as we always say, the machine is old and archaic. And as a result, even the people who developed the machine are saying they no longer have space to repair the machine. What happened is the machine could not talk properly to the printer to an extent that the card could not be printed on both sides. So only one side was printed. So there were cracks within the computer boxes. So the That is basically the main problem. So those computer cards could not be repaired in the country. Those computer cards needed to be taken to France to be repaired. But luckily, after back and forth and some persuasion, we were able to be assisted in April, and the machine came back in operation, Chairperson, around the 20th of April. Now, already there has already been a backlog in that period of 679,000 licenses. Fortunately, those that had applied are having temporary licenses, would have had temporary licenses, which would still be within the 6 months before this challenge comes in. Now, you might have seen the statement by the department through the minister on how we deal with those that would have even their temporary license expired before they receive the cards, because we are now dealing with the backlog. Chair, they would not be expected to pay, but also there will then be extension of the validity period of the license by 3 months, so that they are not held accountable for what is not their fault. Next slide, Thandiwe. This next slide talks to how far where we are going. Now, as I've indicated, the mission is now in operations. We are dealing with a backlog. But the lasting solution really was for us to have a new machine. And if you like, including a dummy machine or a backup machine, because currently when we are stuck, we stop. When there's a breakdown, we stop. The entire operation stop. So there is no backup. So that was the idea with the new machine. The tender after a third attempt was awarded in August of 2024. This tender, Chair, was then subjected to probity audit. The minister requested the AGSA to look into it to see if it can be actioned or implemented. Now, the Auditor General found irregularities, some of which were major, cannot be regularized. As a result, we are, and today we will sign the papers. We'll receive them on Friday. We'll sign the papers from SC to set this award aside. So we're calling for the courts to review our own decision because of the identified irregularities. Chair, all of this done as per, I think, section 38 and 39 of the PFMA, which says we need to prevent at all costs irregular expenditure. So now that we know about it, we need to ensure that we do not go and spend the money and incur irregular expenditure knowingly so. And that's the reason, basically the major reason why we are going to court to set this bit aside. We must emphasize and indicate at this stage we could not detect any wrongdoing from the part of the bidder which we would have sided with. However, and that is why they will not be jeopardized, and they will not be prevented from also submitting again when we bid. But now the real question is what do you do to continue with the current machine and then hope that it does not break until you go into the new system? We have had discussions with our sister department, Home Affairs, through Government Printing Works, Chairperson. We want to have an interim solution to make sure that we do not experience what we experienced. And now that we know, the French have told us, In-Group has told us that there are no more space for the old machine. So we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. And that is why we now are saying GPW within the next 3 months will set up to ensure that we have an interim solution, interim meaning short to medium term, while we are sorting out our other court processes and preparing specifications for the lasting solution going forward. So I wanted to spend some time on this one, Chairperson, just so that we understand the status of the old cut machine, and where are we with the new cut machine, and what are we doing in between. And I think, if not mistaken, this should be the last slide. Anyway, yes, and then number 11 will be taken over by the CFO to briefly talk to you about the budget for the coming year, and then we will be done with the presentation from the department. Through you, Chairperson, CFO can take the committee through the monies. Thank you.
CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Members. I will take you through, if you can go to the next slide so that we save on time. As our Minister have indicated, that the focus for the Department of Transport is to focus on investing in the infrastructure, and the aim is to revitalize the passenger rail services. We also want to deal with the freight and logistics infrastructure, and we want to continue maintaining the South African road network in facilitating integrated road-based public transport networks, and also dealing with the issue of inclusive economic activities and access to services. Chair, if you look at our budget in the next 3 years, it will be, is projected to be 287.3 billion with transfers and subsidies, making almost 92% of the budget. That it means 92% of the budget is transferred to our entities and also provincial and municipal agents that deal with the issues of the Department of Transport. So our expenditure, if you look at it, is increasing at the rate of 3.3% from 86.4 billion in the current past financial year of 2024-25, and it's increasing to 95.2 billion in the outer year of 27 and 28. Also, as indicated by the acting DG, is that during the 2024 National Macro Government Organization, we have taken over some of the functions of the Department of Public Enterprises. And as a result of that, our mandate includes oversight of South African Airways and Transnet. Next slide. The slide indicates the allocation per program. You can see there we have got 8 programs have indicated. And then as per program, you can see administration is in the current environment is allocated 592 million, ITP 96 million, rail transport 23.3 billion, road transport 53.9 billion, civil aviation 567 million, and maritime 515 million, and then finally public transport 16.5 billion. You can see our largest allocations goes to 3 programs, namely rail transport, road transport, and public transport. As indicated, they deal extensively with our external stakeholders, which are the entities, and for the road transport, it will be the provincial and local government partners of government. Next slide. This slide is indicating the allocation in terms of economic classification. The first one there is your compensation of employees, which is sitting in the current allocation is 635 million. The goods and services 1 billion, and the transfers and subsidies as indicated is sitting at 84 billion. Then you have got capital asset at 17 million, and then financial asset at 8.8 billion. And in total, it gives you that 95.7 billion in the current financial year. That is the allocation. And if you see over the years, that's how it is allocated. So the next slide, just give a brief explanation of each economic classification, where in terms of compensation of employees, over the 3 years, the allocation is 1.9 billion, where it is increasing at a rate of 3.9% from 618 million in the 24-25 financial year and increasing to 694.6 in the outer year. In terms of goods and services, the allocation share for the next 3 years is estimated at 3.9 billion for this particular line item, and it's including operational costs associated with administration and recapitalization of taxis, watchkeeping services, oil pollution, and the rest. We have got an extensive list of the major projects in the slides that are following. Then on transfers, as I indicated, over the 3 years, is 264.5 billion. And this, as I explained, is the highest allocation in our department, which is mainly for the provincial department as well as our entities. Then the last item is the payment for financial asset over the medium term. We've got 16.8 billion, and this is under payment is including 422.6 million for debt redemption towards the Gauteng freeway improvement projects. This is the slide which I indicated that just remain on slide 69 a bit, just for the members to see, is where we've enlisted all the projects that are under the goods and services for members to see and read each item, how it is allocated over the 3 years. Then the next slide is the details of the transfers. You can move to, yes, thank you very much. Here it gives the details of the transfer. You can see, if I just select a few of them, the provincial roads maintenance grant, which goes to the provinces, is one of the biggest line item at about 17.8 billion. Then it is followed by the public transport operation grant, which is about 8.4 billion, and then followed also by another higher allocation of public transport network grant of 7 billion. The next biggest one, of course, it will be the PRASA, allocated with 22 billion, and followed by Central with 26 billion. In between, you can see some of our entities that have allocations in the next 3 years. Next slide. The next slide is the continuation of other transfers, which include your taxi recapitalization, the Santago, and the bursaries that the department issues to non-employees that have qualified for relevant skills in the transport sector. Then if we go to the next slide, is a graphical view, chairperson of our allocation. As you can see, the biggest chunk of our budget goes firstly to Sanral at 34%, then followed by the PRASA at 26%, and PRMG at 19%. and then public transport operation grant at 11%. Finally, the PTN at 8%. Those are the major cost drivers in terms of our funds that we'll be using in the next 3 years. The next slide is just the graphical view of the budget over the years for the main cost drivers, just to highlight SANRAL and the provincial road maintenance grant and the rural road asset management grant. Then the next slide, Chair. Slide 74 is just giving the details of the allocations of SANRAL, what each of the item it needs to be doing. Like, for example, it will be the allocation for the non-toll network, and then the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, the N2 Wild Coast, the Moloto Road. So those are the specific allocations that are identified for the SANRAL allocation. Then we have got also an explanation, just clarity on the provincial road maintenance grant on what they are supposed to be doing in that grant. And finally, the rural road asset maintenance grant. Then the next slide, Chair, is giving the allocation as to the condition of the allocation to SANRAL, what they're supposed to be doing with the funding that they receive. So every month when the monitoring is done, is done in accordance with the listed allocation on slide 75 as to how much are the project costing in each and every line item indicated there. Then if I continue to the next slide, is just giving a graphical view of the allocation for PRASA, public transport operations, public transport network, and the taxis and the Transnet Limited as to how each of those items have been allocated over the next 3 years. Then the next slide is just giving it will give a detailed explanation on the allocation for PRASA. And as indicated, also PRASA is monitored in accordance with the allocation listed. How are they doing in signaling? What are they doing in the refurbishment of coaches? What is the progress on the mainland refurbishment, as well as the rolling stock renewal program? So those are the conditions that are attached to the allocation to PRASA. Then you've got your public transport operation grant, which is also listed, the conditions, as well as the public transport network grant. Lastly, we have got the taxis at 1.1 million has been allocated over the medium term for scrapping of old taxi vehicle, and this, as indicated, is demand driven. Then we have got 408 million for once-off taxi gratuities and 340 million for the taxi empowerment project. Finally, in terms of Transnet Limited, there's a 2 billion allocated over the medium term for budget facility of infrastructure for the Gauteng East High Capital Rail Corridor. And then finally, 1.3 billion over the medium term is allocated for the Cape Town Container Terminal Phase 2B. So basically, those are the allocations. And if we go to the next slide, yeah, this will give you the detailed amounts per each and every allocation as indicated as what condition that is in terms of economic classification. And I will not go through. Then the next slide also giving, in terms of the PRMG, giving the detail as to how much each province will be getting over the MTF period. And the same will apply to the next slide, where it will highlight the allocation for the public transport operation grant. And finally, Next slide is allocations per participating municipalities for the public transport network grant, how much they will be getting in the medium-term period. And lastly, it's a thank you slide to say thank you for the opportunity to present. Back to you, Chair and Acting DG.
Chairperson, that is the presentation of the department. Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister and ourselves. We are ready for questions.
No, thank you so much, Minister.
Chair,
Minister.
I think,
Okay.
yeah, as the acting DG is saying, we're ready for questions.
Oh, no, thank you so much. Let me check. Is the chair back? I'm here, Honorable Malmach. Or may you kindly take over? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and the acting DDG. There are some few issues I would like to raise, especially some issues that are not appearing that are on the strategic plan, but not necessarily appearing on the slide. But I will highlight them so that you find a way of aligning those slides. For now, I'll request honorable members to come in terms of the questions or inputs, and then I will take those issues lastly. Second, just to plead to members that, as you may be aware, this will obviously be in preparation for our budget discussions. So I would like you, as you make input, you are clear, especially in terms of what are your recommendations, so that we don't then shock each other later on. So in that order, I'm going to recognize all of you. If you could raise hands, and I see whose hand is up. Are you all covered? Colleagues, are you all covered? Honorable members, are you covered? I don't see. Okay. Honorable Ghana, Honorable Mabena, Honorable Montana, Honorable Maduna, Honorable Maduna, in that order.
Can you see my
In that
hand,
order,
Chair?
Honorable Mutubazi, Honorable Kompani, and then lastly, Honorable Malmaja. I see your hands now. Sure.
Thanks very much, Chair.
So go
Thanks very
on.
much. It's a cold day today, so don't mind me wearing like I'm somewhere in the Drakensberg. It's a cold day. I see you are also in the sun. That's how cold it is. Chair, let me touch on a couple of points. In terms of what has been presented, there might very well be a question, Minister, that either you would want to respond to it now, or you respond to it when PRASA is in the room. The question relates to the just the refurbishment of the Metro Rail coaches. So it appears in the budget, in the budget line. So I'm just taking it from the end, Chair, so that I deal with the important aspects. So that we get a response around the refurbishment of the Metro Rail coaches. So there are billions that are allocated there, and they've been allocated for a while now. And as we are moving towards the people's train, one question that I have, and I might very well have submitted a written question, but it does not hurt that I also get your take on the performance of this particular project, of what to do once the coaches are refurbished. If we are putting in the new trains and we are spending billions refurbishing the old coaches, what to do with them? And I think the other technical substantive questions I might then submit in a written form, but it will be interesting to get your thoughts insofar as the Metro Rail coaches, the project, and whether there will be any value to that. Linked to that will be the storage capacity insofar as the new trains they come online. So I focus my energies, Chair, on the rail, because I think that's where, if we are to say we have done well, extremely well as a portfolio, the performance of PRASA, the performance of Transnet becomes critical. So I think the other questions insofar as the signaling and so forth, I'll speak to them when PRASA comes in. But this particular aspect is not included in the PRASA presentation. That's why I'm asking it here, Chair. It's in our budget for the department, and I think it needs, as you say, that we need to come with a recommendation. It will be difficult to come with a recommendation when the questions remain. Chair, the second question that I will then put. So in the last couple of weeks, so one aspect, and I'm not so sure, Minister, whether we have to wait for Transnet to come up here. But Transnet has been making the news insofar as the guarantees that the state has given to Transnet. And the Business Day last week reported that there's also potentially for more funds coming, or in the form of guarantees for Transnet. I'm not so sure whether this is something that we have to get as a committee, so that when we give our recommendations, they are as in like close to things happening right now. So maybe your take on the Transnet and the guarantees that have been given. So Richard, then the third aspect, which relates, it's a budget issue, but I know that the acting DG was speaking to it, which is the driver's license card machine, or the account itself, that unit, that entity. When I look at the budget, there seems to be no budget allocated for the acquisition, at least in this financial year, of a new machine, unless if my eyes did not read the budget correctly. But it doesn't look like there's a budget allocated. It's whether the department, it's after the court processes, they are pushing this back to the next financial year, and what the implications thereof are, especially if we're not going to get the parts to that machine that is broken. I mean, like, it's limping as it is right now, and the plans around the issuance of driver's license. I heard what the acting DG was saying, but I must say it does not provide comfort. That if the machine was to break next week, that we are going to be in a position to have driver's licenses being printed, and those that are expiring what to do with them. It might very well be a consideration rather than wait for machine to break. Some kind of a concessions insofar as the existing licenses, are concerned. If there can be something to that effect, and maybe the last two chairs, and then if there's anything that other members that I wanted to ask that didn't get to ask, I might come back. One of the aspects, Chair, which I found very, very thin in the annual plan is that new program. So you might remember in the last meeting when we were dealing with the third quarterly, I said the aspect on the agency oversight must become central to what the department reports to us on a quarterly basis. And when you look at what program 8 seeks to do, it's a bone there. There's no meat. I will then propose, Chair, that in the quarterly report of the department, whilst we'll engage with the entities themselves, I think it's critical that the people that are representing the department in the boards of these entities, there be a report on the performance of all these entities. We consider agency oversight as part of what we do on a quarterly basis, because some of the issues emanating, we end up acting very late because the way our program is structured, Chair, does not offer for us to then deal with every entity every month, every quarter. Sorry, Chair. So I then propose as a recommendation that that particular program 8 ought to include agency oversight, all agencies of the department, not only the ones that are transferred from public enterprises, so that we are able to then have a view on an ongoing basis of how the entities are performing. Because linked to that, I think there's a point around the rationalization of the agencies of the department. That is something that is critical. I think we have too many agencies as it is right now. So that is one issue that we need to do. As a final question, Chair, the gratuity to taxis, it's listed as a line there, and I tried to look for details insofar as that gratuity is concerned and how it's going to be dispersed. If I can get just a bit comfort from the department, the thought behind that, and what is being earmarked for the funds to be used for. I'll pause here, Chair. If my other 6 questions are not answered, are not asked by other members, I might ask to come back to ask them. I don't want to monopolize the microphone. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Mabena, if you can come in.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the department and colleagues as well. Yeah, so I've got a few questions as well. Let me just mitigate the sunshine here. The first one being the private sector participation units. Is this the same program that was introduced in the House, which was going to be rolled out in collaboration with the TPSA? If that's the case, when can we receive a comprehensive progress briefing in terms of that program? And also, are we currently in a position where perhaps the department can obviously give us the briefing on that? But also, I must say that it is encouraging that you are taking this position? And also, um, if possible, can you also share the public sector participation framework implementation plan? I see on the slide to say that it has been developed and it's something that is quite welcome, and it's something that is very good in terms of where maybe the 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 department should be heading. And also maybe again on the same breath to say, I think the opening up of the rail sector to private sector is truly quite a good move given the constrained fiscus that we have now in terms of investing in new build and also unlocking um, that sector to make sure that it can contribute to the economy, but also hopefully that these rail economic liberalization will have a knock-on effect in the economy and will do much for the promotion of essentially the market to decide in terms of the supply and demand of that sector. And I am very much encouraged given the enthusiasm the department is moving with, and noting also the appointment of the Transnet National Ports Authority TNPA board, and also when can we have a briefing from this new board that has been appointed, and also in terms of the management plan for the TNPA, because it is now a subsidiary of Transnet with its own board. Will they be seconding the current staff which are already there at Transnet, which to a large degree are fulfilling that management role, or are they looking at maybe beefing up that exco, getting other people from outside to assist? And then secondly, I must say that to say thank you to DG, to acting DG for giving us some insight into the collapse of the tender process and also the roadmap and what led the minister to approach the courts for a declaratory order following the HSA findings in terms of irregularities picked up by the AG. But here is maybe more a pointed question. Don't we have internal controls within the department? Who signed off on this contract with its inherent risks? Because the issues here for me is just two. I like to say that either there aren't any internal controls internally within the department, or there's no there were risks which were attached to this contract, but seemingly it was approved with all those inherent risks which are there. So it means that the internal controls of the department either are loose, or the internal controls of the department in this case were inefficient. And what is the consequence management in terms of this, ensuring that we don't find ourselves here, that these issues had to be picked up by the HSA when all of this process was given the green light from internally within the department? And I think maybe it would be important that we establish those facts as well to say, and also if say maybe you implement consequence management, will the same people that worked on this same contract which collapsed, will it be the same ones that will be working on the new process that will be reopened? And if yes, what are the risks associated with that? Number three, what is the status of the workers of the DLCA and the improvement of their conditions of employment? Because we had RTMC briefing the portfolio committee, and they indicated that they had removed budgeting on their budget for the migration process of the DLCA to RTMC because of some issues that have not been really resolved in that sense. What is the process in terms of that? And perhaps maybe while we're still at that, now if you look at the presentation, the entire governance structure at DLCA is vacant. All of it is vacant. Head of entity is vacant. CFO, you've got an acting CFO seconded from RTMC. Audit and Risk Committee vacant. The DOT has even appointed an interim audit committee for DLCA. Internal audit vacant. There is an RFQ that has been issued to source internal audit services. Risk and governance, exactly what I was talking about in my previous point. RFQ also issued. Now, the chairperson also asked us to make some recommendations as we make our contributions here. Given that you already have the current acting CFO seconded from RTMC, there were plans to migrate the current staff from DLCA to RTMC. Shouldn't we investigate and look at the integration of DLCA to RTMC? RTMC already has an exco, has a board, and seems to be functioning quite correct currently. Now, there is also a plan to migrate this staff to RTMC. Shouldn't we just take that function and put it within RTMC for proper oversight from which will be fulfilled by the board of the RTMC? Shouldn't we maybe see if that appetite is there and if maybe it is something that we can see? And then the other point would be, given that only 5 provinces achieve classification of road traffic policing to be a 7-day, 24-hour job, which of the 4 provinces have not? What seems to be the challenge in doing so? And by when are we anticipating that they will do this classification by? The last point would be on the issue of the tax recapitalization program. And I don't want to repeat what the previous honorable member has said, but there was something to the effect of the World Bank coming in for the rescue of this program. What is the status thereof? What is the relation with World Bank and what is their engagement on this issue? And if that engagement is it bearing any fruit? Ipotole epewago iyavuthwa na, like in terms of that World Bank tax recap issue. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabena. Honorable Montana. Just to indicate to colleagues that without pressurizing you on your inputs, that we have until 11:30 to wrap up the session with the department and on board PRASA. I'm just going to rely on, depend on your collective understanding that we must move as speedily as possible.
Chair.
Honorable Montana.
Chair.
Can you hear me?
Honorable.
I see my banner still on the platform, Chair.
Honorable Barry, you want to say something?
Please, Chair, like I just left at one point. It doesn't just 30 seconds.
Yeah, shoot.
Yes, thank you very much. On the presentation again, I see that there is a draft notice for the extension of the driving license card for 8 years. Fine, that's all welcome. But what I wanted to check is, when do you anticipate that this notice will go out? That's number one. And what is the practical nature of implementation of this notice? Maybe let me put it succinctly in this way, to say, if I've got a driving license card which is expiring in the next 2 years, and then say this notice goes out today, it says from today, driving license card will be valid for a period of 8 years. What are the practical implications of that for someone that has a driving license card that is expiring in 2 years, or one that is expiring today? Must I go back to DLTC and apply for a new one, which will say the validity on the card will say it expires in 8 years, or do I continue driving with an outdated license, but with the comfort of knowing that it still has 3 years on the clock, given that this extension. And like, how are we going to be factoring that in? But most importantly, when do we anticipate that this notice will go out? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabenon Montana.
Chair, thanks very much for the opportunity, and good morning to honorable members, honorable minister, the team from the department. Chair, I think I'm trying to look at my notes to summarize so that I don't take much of the time. Let me start, Chair. I must say that, for me, reading the strat plan and going through the presentations, I've got quite a lot of disappointments. I even asked myself, are we dealing with the Department of Transport? Or are we dealing with just a business entity? That is, when I look at what has been placed before us. And let me go into some of the issues quickly. And I hope that by the end of the discussion, I'll have the assurance that, we are dealing with the Department of Transport. We are dealing with the transport industry in its totality. We are trying to shape its direction. The first issue I want to focus on the primary strategy that the department, or the first major item which the department is dealing with in terms of creating an environment for investment. Particularly with the private sector participation model. I think, Chair, one of the major tasks or responsibilities of the Department of Transport is not only to lead in transport infrastructure, in the delivery of transport infrastructure and operations, but is also to ensure the sustainability of the transport system as a whole. So whatever plans we do today, we have to take into account and factor in reinvestment into the system, recapitalization of the system, and making sure that, because the department is a custodian of our transport infrastructure and systems as a whole. The current PSP model, I know that some of the honorable members are happy with that. Some of us will not even support that kind of thing, because the major problem with the current PSP model that is being adopted is that it will lead to cherry picking by third-party operators of the network. And I think that is the most important thing. So the issue of the sustainability of the transport system as a whole for long-term needs of the country will be highly compromised. And when you deal with network operations similar to Transnet, the issue of cost becomes very crucial. And I think that from where I sit, when I look at the operations of entities like Transnet, like PRASA, I look at the plans about devolutions and other things. I don't think that we are taking the right path. When I come to my second point, I'll indicate, because I'm also looking at the efficiency gains when we take this PSP model, and I can't see any of these issues. There are two specific issues that I want to ask the Honorable Minister or the department. The first one relates to the investment to sustain our transport system and network for future generations. Will all your PSP contracts make provision for third-party operators to put a portion of their profits into reinvestment into the network, so that we prevent the cherry picking on the network and compromise its long-term sustainability? Related to that, Chair, is that are all the third-party operators required to assume all the operational risks? Are these allocated to them in the risk model that will be used into this issue? So I think that's the first issue, Chair, I want to raise. I think it worries me, it concerns me, I think there's this extreme overexcitement, and I know that some of this comes from the National Logistics Crisis Committee. When I look at some of the documents, this kind of stuff they're talking about, you could see that it's not driven by a detailed understanding of what we have. Of course, they represent primarily the interest of the private sector, and it has come to dominate. It has come to be accepted as it is. But the country, the long run, the country will pay the price. And what has happened in this model, in this kind of models, we have seen that at the end, the private sector, because it doesn't assume all the risks, this end up being carried over by the state. The British, we've seen recently, the British reversing on the passenger side, for example. Some of the stuff that was done by Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s and the restructuring of the British Rail, precisely because of some of the reasons that I'm mentioning. So this system cannot recapitalize itself. And when you take into account even the numbers, both the freight numbers as well as the passenger numbers, we do not have sufficient volumes due to the size of our economy, due to the density of our cities, to be able to sustain this type of the nature and type of private sector participation that the government has adopted. There are other alternatives, some still promoting the participation of private sector, but the specific model we've adopted is not one that is in the best interest of the country. And I think that that's a point that I want to make. Secondly, Chair, when I say that I ask myself whether we're dealing with the transport department. I'll say to you that when I look at we're not measuring the true outputs and impacts and targets that are suitable to the Department of Transport. If I look at the Department of Transport, I look at issues about integrated transport plans and look at what the government is doing in relation to find the right balance between rail and road, looking at the ITPs of municipalities, looking at ticketing solutions, seamless movement of people. I don't see that. When I look at the strategy for promoting public transport over private car use, in fact, we are moving more into subsidizing more of private car vehicles, and I'll deal with that when I address issues about the Gauteng freeway scheme. I think that is very important. Thirdly, I don't see a measure about the percentage share of public transport in the transport market as a whole. Thirdly, I do not see, Chair, the percentage share of household disposable, a decrease in the percentage of household disposable income on transport cost. We are not reducing that in any way. In fact, it has quite increased, and the strategies that are being proposed are not reducing that, they're increasing that. I don't see our position across all modes on subsidy per passenger, which is supposed to do that. And then, of course, reducing the cost of doing business in the South African economy is more of a slogan. When I look at I go back to the investment in private sector participation, it could only result in increased cost. Not reducing cost as it were. I don't see the measures about the access for poor households to economic opportunities and jobs. I don't see any meaningful promotion of rural transport into this. And of course, universal access. The department may have taken into account the issues about environmental sustainability with the just transport transition thing. That part.
Montana, if you can move towards summing up.
Yeah, I'm summing up, Chair. I'm actually moving very fast because of the point that we have. I've taken 4 minutes, Chair. Let me quickly, Chair, in terms of the measures. Let me quickly, I'll finish with that. Let me just say that, make 2 points before I conclude with that. With the DLC, I hear the presentation, and I think I asked a question in the past. I think we're dealing with technicalities. The strategic decision is not being made whether the DLCA should continue as a standalone entity in its current form. Chair, we've always said, I know the DG in the last presentation when we're dealing with integrated public transport networks, he assured us that we are moving beyond what we are doing in the 10 cities. But when I look at the documents and I listen to the presentation, Chair, there's a lack of public transport strategy in the Department of Transport. I don't see it. I can't touch it. There's reference to it. Taxis are getting, what are the crumbs into the network. There's no review of buses, particularly in terms of the service designs that the buses are using. Is the same old buses design that don't respond to demand that we have now. Chair, the 19.3 billion for the Gautrain Freeway improvement scheme. I think that we have created the problem for ourselves as a country, and the result of that is a situation where through this funding, what it means in real terms, we are subsidizing motorists at the expense of poor households. We've shifted the tables, but we haven't solved the problem. And I see the public is paying for that. Chair, let me make my last point on the thing. I've been moving. Chair, I've been moving
without
very
background,
fast.
just go straight to the point. Sure.
Yeah. So, Chair, I think on the issues of the outputs on impacts, perhaps I must raise that in the form of a question to the minister. My main worry is that, of course, when I look at the amount that has been appropriated, that is being appropriated for transport, particularly on the capital side, and I look at the multiplier effect and look at the job side of things, it's quite clear that we are not getting enough. Finally, Chair, on Transnet, I foresee that you put in numbers, and I ask myself that, the Department of Transport want to measure 15 gross crane moves per hour in all terminals. Now, I ask myself, what are the incentives to get the private terminals that are not controlled by the state outside of Transnet to do what they did to deliver these 15 cranes? And will Transnet achieve its targets when in the next 3 years, the biggest issue for Transnet is the debt that it's facing? So you're going to take Transnet Ports Authority out. You're going to have a debt that is accumulated. I don't see how you're going to actually deliver on the targets that way. Are they realistic? I don't think so, Chair, but I'll leave it at that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Montana. All honorable members who are coming in, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be strict on you on time. It seems to me that being liberal is not going to assist us to stick to our time frames. And in that order, I'm going to request the next member, being Honorable Kubeka, to come in. Straight to the point, my brother.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Minister, greetings to the team from Department of Transport, and greetings to honorable members. Chair, I've just got a few questions. Chair, on the PSPs, I just want to know, because I see the acting DG swiftly moved away from that. What is the role, or what role did Transnet play in advising government against vertical separation? Because I'm hoping that the acting DG and the minister know and they understand how detrimental this will be for Transnet. That's the first question. The second question, Chair, is how will Transnet mitigate the higher costs of providing rail infrastructure and maintenance when the revenue that Transnet would earn from the operations will now be earned by private sector participants? That's the second question. And then, Chair, in 2024, on the 22nd of the 10th month, Minister Creasy said vertical separation is a condition of treasury. I'm not sure how this happened. This is very mind-boggling for me. I just want to know on that one to the minister. Are PSPs also a condition of treasury? And if so, does she know why? The next question. I think this is for also the minister and the acting DG and whoever else that could possibly answer this. What business case was investigated prior to the decision of having PSPs and vertical separation being part of the Department of Transport's APPs? The next question, Chair. What global studies and models of other jurisdictions have been adopted? And this is now on PSPs, and why? And then again, next question, again to the minister and the acting DG. Does the minister and the acting DG understand, or have they looked into why Britain reversed its private sector ownership of the network rail and revert back to state ownership? Again to the minister, the next question. Does the minister and the acting DG, and I guess I'll put it to the rest of the Department of Transport and Treasury, understand that the route being taken of PSPs and vertical separation will require National Treasury to subsidize Transnet, Infrastructure Company to the tune of over 30 billion rands per annum from financial year 2028 onwards? Is this clearly understood? And then
Last question.
Our last question already, Chair.
Yeah, we don't have time, my brother. The platform is going to close us out.
Okay, Chair. I'll move to the integrated transport plan. The question there was around, or the questions there I wanted to ask were around the BRT system that the acting DG spoke about. The question there is, do we have enough space and infrastructure to fully accommodate the system? And this is the BRT system. Is there an integrated transport system in place to support BRT? How do they bring BRT how do they bring BRT to the forefront without having a proper transport plan? Was BRT integrated into the existing PATCOs and taxis? And why is BRT separate from trains? Chair, we must know, Chair, this is not fair, Chair. There's too many things that we need to ask here, given what we've been given, but we don't have a chance to ask. I'm hoping we'll be able to ask these questions when PRASA comes on board. Or rather, can I just ask one more question, Chair, through you?
Conclude.
The minister was speaking about a dissolution strategy for, okay, no, this is for PRASA. This is for PRASA. Here's the question, Chair. On the PSPs, in all ports and rails, the PSPs are being touted as the way to go. I think, Chair, it's important to firstly note that this is the work of the NLCC. And I don't know how this is going to work because on the 24th of the 10th month, in 2024, 10th month on the 15th, the CEO of Transnet said, we do not earn money if we do not move volumes. And then today we're being told that the PSPs will be introduced. That's the last question. How will these PSPs earn money for Transnet if they do not, if they will work for their own profits and do not inject money into Transnet? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kompan.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, Chair, the Minister, honorable members, and the technical teams from both the department and the portfolio committee. Chair, a lot has been covered around the questions for me. Then, to save the time that you have mentioned, Chair, as South Africa, that is our country, are currently struggling with infrastructure investments due to limited government policy and uncertainties in project executions. How do you, as the department, plan to execute Department of Transport delivery programs with limited investments and the shrinking fiscal position that you are in South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Exemplary leadership. Honorable Maduna.
No, good morning, Chair.
I hope
eh,
I've
the
not
Lord,
put you under pressure.
I'm under pressure, Chair, and I think we are doing it deliberately. No,
Feel free, feel free.
no, thanks, Chair. No, Chair, I also will try and be as short as possible. I think also, Chair, I want to start on the issue of the PSPs. I think what is important around them, and I think what would have always created problem is that when there's not much when transparency around them. I think in line with what the honorable member was asking in terms of how are they going to benefit the entities. In terms of how much will they be charging them to use their routes and all that. So I think transparency is very important when it comes to them. I think we all agree that at some point they, they are beneficial to the state, but only if they are used and they are formed for such. Thanks, Chair. I think, Chair, I also have just one. I want to make a submission on the issue of the presidencies. I think we need to be clear also in these APPs when we come up with how we are going to deal with this issue of these licenses, because in line with what honorable was saying, it's a problem when someone's license is going to expire. They go and do a license and then they get a temporal. The temporal expires, they go and redo another temporal. That temporal expires, they are forced to go and do a third one or a second one, whereas their licenses have not reached them. I think that's not good. Because doing these temporal licenses is money. So I think we need to be really put an effort in terms of what is the solution in that? And I think that will help in terms of the 8-year clarity. Is it the new licenses that will be printed that will be reflecting the 8 years, or the ones that we currently have are 8 years? The taxi recapitalization program, I think, Chair, as well, it's important. I think one of the meetings when we discussed with the department, they would have said that they will reinvent it. But I still that in this department, in this document, still reflecting as something that is demand driven. And I think part of the conversation that we were having was that this tax recapitalization program should not be in the way it is. The department should find a creative way of ensuring that it works for our people. Chair, my last two things. I wanted to check with the department how they plan how are they planning as a department to streamline claims, to improve communication with the claimants, implementing a standardized formula for calculating claimants, with dealing with the issues at RAF, because this will help us so that you don't get me who have the same accident as you, but we get paid different amounts. I think we have spoken about this criteria before. I think also I also wanted to ask the issue, which is my last question, around what measures is the minister and are they planning to put in place to ensure that to deal with where there are weak internal controls and non-compliance with legislation, to ensure that they get a clean audit, because it appears like yes, they have a number of entities, including the who are getting either unqualified or qualified audit. But what is the plan to ensure that in the financial year that we are going to, we get a clean audit that is in line with my concern? Because when I went through the strategic plan of the department, unfortunately, due to time, I can't go through point by point. I find a number of things that are there in the strategic plan, but that are not in line with these APPs, and some other things that are in APPs but do not reflect in the strategic plan. So can that be attended to? I thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Maduna. Honorable Blosse. And thanks for being exemplary also, Honorable Maduna. I must acknowledge you. You must say I receive.
I received, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Blosser. If Honorable Blosser is not on the platform, Honorable Mutubat.
Okay. Now, thanks very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I'll be quick. It's my birthday. I need to go and prepare some things.
Happy birthday.
No, thanks very much, Chair. My focus, Chair, would be on the rail infrastructure and safety, just to put a context. The department have reported that by 2030, they'll need to have to at least reach the target of 6 million. Now, my issue is on the ultrasonic testing. When was it done? When was it last conducted, especially on the heavy haul lines? If the testing has been conducted, how many kilometers have been done thus far, and what does the status of the test indicate? My third question would be, what is the minimum standard set by the rail safety regulator for the test to be conducted? And lastly, in addition to the above tests have been done, and based on the status of the ULT test conducted, many of the rail milling and grinding has been done to prevent the surface cracks becoming full-blown cracks, and that could potentially be catastrophic and ultimately cause lives to be lost. My last question, I see in there that there's a line that speaks to the Shova Kulula bicycle program. If there's any status on this program, in particular around planning, how far is it? Where is it? Maybe that can help me to understand the nitty-gritties of the program. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Enjoy your birthday, and thanks by leading by example. Honorable, who's next? Malamat, you're going to be the last.
No, thank you, Chairman. Let me take this opportunity and also follow suit in greeting the minister, the team, colleagues on the platform, and everybody who's happened close to this session. Happy birthday to Mutobatri. Chair.
Thank you.
Mutubat, you don't speak without permission of the chair. Many South Africans are going to really appreciate the good work done by the department, including the initiatives which are there and we can all see. However, there's this one that is talking about the years in terms of tension of from 5 years to 8 years. And it seemed to be not covering all the categories. Would you please kindly take an opportunity and talk to us and what influenced that? And why not 10 years? Because in South Africa, we normally do things 5-10, 5-10. Then there's an element of 8 there. Then this other one, Chair, you will see that now as we speak, some arrogant countries are facing resilience from other countries. Iran is now attacking Israel, and all is happening on the sky. So it means we need to be up to scratch and be ready on that. Minister and the team, please provide a detailed plan on addressing challenges with air traffic and navigation system. How will you deal with the matter of shortage of staff and unreliable communication system? My earlier preamble is tempted by that. Lastly, Chairperson, would you please deal with the detailed plan on dealing with fuel cost, which we have seen with the available jet fuel prices, which have impacted and through increased cost of traveling. You will know that we are poor Once this goes up, it affects our pocket. Once the prices are going, it's throughout. That will be my short and long chair covering your time. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks very much for being exemplary also. And I'm going to hand over to the Honorable the Minister and the team. But just to indicate, Honorable Minister, and I think I touched it on I was opening, and I think Honorable Maduna was helpful because he indicated what I was indicating, that there are challenges relating to some of the slides, some of the issues that are on the strat plan, but they're not necessarily covered on the slide. I understand that you may not be able to put everything on the slide, but you would expect that some of the key issues find themselves there in the slide. I'm not sure how we can do it and then deal with this misalignment. For instance, if you look on the slide 52 dealing with DLC targets, it says the target is 21 days for this year. But on the other side, the DOT one it indicates that is 40, which is down to 5 at the end of 5 years. So this means that the DLC one and the DOT is not necessarily aligned. Now, the other misalignment that is there, or something that is not necessarily featuring there, for instance, on slide 26, it doesn't indicate the GBV targets as you alluded to them on the page 78. There are a lot of things. Maybe I will have to write them and forward them, those particular areas. Otherwise, if I go through all of them, I'm going to actually waste your time. But I would imagine that these are the key issues that we may actually have to highlight on, as much as we may not be able to put everything on the program. But nonetheless, allow you to come on board and take us through. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, let me start off and thank the honourable members very much for all the very detailed questions. And let me also wish Honourable Motabatse a very happy birthday. Chair, obviously some of the questions, for example, the question on ATNS, really requires a presentation in itself. And one has long been looking forward to doing such a presentation. And I think there were a whole number of issues that Honourable Mabena asked when would you be getting presentations on them. And I suppose that is within your domain, Chair, to schedule those presentations. We are ready, and we would look forward to doing that in detail. I think, Chair, there's some very interesting policy issues that have been raised in the course of this discussion today. And I will reflect on some of these policy questions in the course of my responses, and we would then allow some of the more operational questions to be addressed by the department. I think that the central question that honourable members have been raising today has been around the question of the approach of the department to the issue of rail reform. And I think that one would want to reflect a little bit about these issues, because I think that they are extremely important policy issues that our country must reflect on at this point in time. Let me say at the outset that as Minister appointed in July last year, one found a situation where the process of rail reform was already advanced. And I think that process of rail reform is contained in two important cabinet documents. The first is the National Rail Policy that was adopted by Cabinet in 2022. And the second is the freight logistics roadmap that in a sense lays out how those reforms would be implemented. And of course, one, as I said, one found those reforms in place. One's duty was to continue with the implementation. But in the course of doing that, one has also considered different models of rail reform that have taken place across the country and across the world. And it has been very interesting to learn about those different reforms. There is, for an example, there is a well-known example of the reforms in the Canadian Railroad. That is an interesting example because while the railroad as a whole was privatized, and there are different rail operators in Canada, it was a situation of privatization of the network, but the rail companies that exist do not have third-party operators. They operate the entire network. So that is one example. The other example is the example that a number of members have referred to as to what happened in the British Rail situation. And this was not a situation where the whole network was privatized to one entity. It was a situation where different branches were sold off to different to different companies. Now, I think that the model that we are adopting in South Africa is a different model from both of those models. And I think being a country that is coming very late into the rail reform process, we have the benefit of being able to learn from the successes and the mistakes of others. And I think those who have indicated a cautionary note in terms of some of the developments with regard to British Rail, one would indeed agree that those notes of caution are very important, because the way in which things happened in British Rail has resulted in a situation where there is the rail is very expensive. Secondly, the conditions of some of the rail lines are not optimal. They're not being maintained in an optimal condition. And thirdly, there are problems with interoperability because of different owners of different sections of the rail network. So let me say at the outset that South Africa has no intention of privatizing the rail network. The rail network will remain in state hands, and the reason is to ensure standards, and the standards must relate to issues such as the condition of the network, the pricing of the network, the interoperability of the network, and also, of course, what happens with organized labor. So I think that's where we must start. So the examples of British Rail are correct examples, but they are not comparable examples because we're not trying to do what British Rail did. We are maintaining ownership of the network. So that's the first thing one wants to say. The second thing that one wants to say is that there is an intention to bring in third-party operators at the moment on the 5 priority freight lines, not on the whole network. And those operators are guided by what we call the network statement. So Honorable Medina asked the question, what is the transparency? The transparency on the pricing is the network statement that was issued in December, and a revised version was put out in January. And the network statement indicates clearly the menu and the price. So if you want to move a ton of coal, what price can you charge? If you want to move passengers, what price can you charge? If you want to move general freight, what price can you charge? And the network statement was developed with widespread consultation by the interim economic regulator. The sixth administration passed the Economic Regulator Act, and the president has assented to that act. We are in the process of appointing the board. And once the economic regulator is up and running, it will operate like NERSA. It will be an independent regulator that will be determining pricing. And pricing would have to take account of a balance between what the market is prepared to pay and what Transnet needs in terms of recovery. There is indeed, as honourable members have pointed out, an issue with regard to debt at Transnet. And one of the questions that required considerable consideration is how much of the debt could be put onto the price of the existing commodities. And obviously, colleagues have also pointed out that there is a need to recapitalize the priority lines. All of those lines are in a bad condition, and all of those lines require further capital investment. Now, in terms of the medium term, the immediate situation, Transnet has put in a application to the budget facility for infrastructure at National Treasury. There are two windows where they are putting in applications. The first one is the July window, and the second one is the October window. And the intention of those applications is to allow Transnet to receive state financing to upgrade the condition of the priority corridors immediately. This is an important development because many honourable members have raised the question of where is the Transnet's revenue going to come from. So Transnet's revenue will come from Transnet freight operations that will remain an operator on the Transnet network. It will also come from the third-party operators. But in order to increase the slots, in other words, the number of trains that can run, because the more trains that run, the more freight there is on the rail, the more the revenue that Transnet has, then it will be very important that this investment is made into the infrastructure. Some of Transnet's existing customers, particularly customers operating on the coal and the iron ore lines, have already invested in upgrades of those lines, and they are prepared to invest more. We are working with National Treasury to develop an environment that would allow us to operationalize those investments. So that is a regulatory environment. So the intention is to make sure that we have this short-term approach as well as a longer-term approach. Now, the longer-term approach is that we issued the request for information in March. It closed at the end of May for those who would be interested in investing in the 5 priority corridors and related ports. And there is recognition that over the next 5 to 10 years, if we are to significantly improve the amount of freight that can be carried on the Transnet network, we are obviously then going to need to have substantial rebuilding of some of those lines. And it is the intention to use the information we received from the RFI process. Transnet will be putting out calls for proposals later this year. It is possible that we could see a situation where some of these lines may be concessioned on a similar basis to the way in which we have had operations in Sanra, so that we can have fundamental reinvestment and recapitalization of these lines. But they will remain in the ownership of the state, and when the concession period comes to an end, they will revert to the state. So this is something that we're thinking about. Many of the colleagues have raised the issue of the PSP unit. The PSP unit has been set up. It is located at the DBSA. It is intended to help guide the process, both the third-party operator process and also to support Transnet in putting out RFPs. And part of what the PSP unit is working on is different work streams that would, in a sense, set the rules of the process, because we want to make sure that the process is supportive of organized labor. We want to make sure that the process helps us with our localization programs as a country. If we're going to do major rail building, we do need to be supporting our domestic steel industry. And of course, questions of broad-based Black economic empowerment and the involvement of small and medium enterprises in this process is going to be very key. Now, there has been a question raised about the horizontal and vertical my English is leaving me, separation in Transnet. And indeed, there is an intention that TNPA will become a fully operational subsidiary of Transnet. At the moment, one of the questions that we are having to look at is how do we pro-rata Transnet's debt between its different subsidiaries? And we know that TNPA, because TNPA has private port terminal operators, is a very lucrative entity. And we are in the process of working out together with the World Bank, Transnet and TNPA, how we pro-rata the debt. So there is a delay in the operationalization of making TNPA a fully fledged subsidiary until we have answered this question. And clearly there will be other subsidiaries. There'll be Transnet Freight, there will be Transnet Technical, all of these different entities, and we will have to be working out what contribution all of these entities will make to the overall success of the organization. Honorable Garner, you asked about the extension of the guarantee. Transnet at the moment has two types of lenders, those that receive government guarantees and those who don't. We were asked by Transnet originally to consider a larger guarantee than the 51 billion that we agreed to earlier. We are now processing other considerations, and we hope by the 25th of July to be making an announcement in this regard. We want to make sure that as we move through this transitional situation, which our lenders can view as being high risk, we want to make sure that they are assured that Transnet has the full support of government to remain a going concern. And so we are considering further guarantees to assure everybody of government's overall support to Transnet's transition and transformation and reform program. And this decision will be made by the 25th of January. Um, Colleagues, let me come to the question. This question was asked about the refurbishment of the metro rail coaches. Honorable Ghana, I'm sure PRASA will give you more operational details on this. But what you would understand is that there were over 300 coaches that were in a bad condition. The decision was taken to upgrade those coaches. There is consideration in PRASA to develop a Roscoe. There's a lot of appetite on the subcontinent to lease those coaches. So I think that the intention is to make sure that instead of scrapping them, we get very little money when we scrap wagons and coaches, that we should be able to get some income from this process. But I think the operations of this, we will ask Mr. Emmerich just to talk to it when he does his presentation. I think that with regard to the new driver's license machine and the current situation with the current machine, let me say to honourable members that we are acutely aware that court processes can take time. So we want an interim solution. We have been talking to government printing about an interim solution, and we are looking forward to signing an MOU with the government printing works. And as soon as we have got through the technicalities, we will be making the details of this public. I think really the question is what is possible, but we absolutely agree with honourable members. We have to have an interim solution in case there are further breakdowns with the current machine. I think that the broader question that's been raised, should we absorb this entity into the RTMC? There was that plan originally, honourable members. We were advised by National Treasury at the time when we purchased the new machine not to do that, because it would have meant transferring the debt on the acquisition of the new machine to RTMC, and it was the view of National Treasury that RTMC's finances could not sustain that debt. I think that what we are now, obviously we have to get guidance from the courts, and then I think we would be able to make decisions on that important issue going forward. With regard to the driver's license card, what we are talking about is extending the validity of the Category B driver's license. That is for those who have a normal license to drive a small car or a bigger car, but a private vehicle. Obviously, this decision was based on extensive research that was done during the time of Minister Mbalula. This is the international benchmark for private driving licenses. And what we are just looking at the moment is the financial implications, because when I received the memo recommending that this should be operationalized, there was no financial implications. And I thought it was prudent to understand fully the financial implications of this before I took the decision. But I'm told that those financial implications are being assessed, and it will not be long before I have that information that will enable me to take a responsible decision. But I'm very much in favor of doing this. I think that this will reduce the burden on the South African public. You can't do it with regard to trucking, long distance vehicles, and of course public driving permits, PDPs, because in those instances there are higher safety considerations, more need for frequent eye testing and other regulatory issues. So that is why it can't be done for everybody else. I think that there have been important issues that have been raised with regard to the integrated public transport system. Honourable members, I am of the view that the ITP system or the BRT system is not working well. If you have to look at the current situation, it's really only has some effectivity in the city of Cape Town, limited operations in Johannesburg, and in other cities, it really is not off the ground. And I think that we have spent considerable money on this. I think that we have to look at whether it's worth continuing. And I think it is related to important issues that have been raised about integrated transport planning and the linkages between this system, the rail system, and other forms of transportation, which I think are not adequately addressed. So this is, somebody asked about what is the World Bank doing. Part of what the World Bank is doing is helping to review what money is available in the system for public transport subsidization and to make a suggestion to me on better usage of that money. What you would be aware is we still have these evergreen bus contracts. We have constant complaints from the taxi industry that move over 80% of our commuters, that they don't receive state support. The taxi recab program doesn't help vehicle operators to reduce the cost of operating, of acquiring new vehicles. And the cost of acquiring new vehicles is a huge cost to operators. And it's one of the issues that it really means that operators are not making a decent living. So one is trying to look at the money that's in the system, the transport planning that exists, the current subsidies, and to ask the question, is there a better way in which we could be dealing with this? Unfortunately, I think we know that municipalities face enormous crises in terms of their constitutional role. And I would be first to agree that we're not finding them playing their integrated transport planning role adequately. And I think that this is part of what we have to be considering. I just want to see here if there's any other issues that one would want to comment on at this stage. Maybe the last issue I would want to comment on before I hand over to the team is the question of the road accident fund. I think that colleagues did have what in my view was a very difficult meeting on Wednesday night. I think what was clear from that meeting is that the fund is not operating in an optimal manner. I am working with our legal team. We will be implementing remedial measures, but we're not in a position to announce those measures right now. But I do think that the long-term question that we have to address is the question of what legislative changes do we require in order to develop a no-fault system, and also to make sure that there's some standard schedule of benefits for those who wish to claim from the fund. I'm deeply concerned at the moment that the existing fault system places too much emphasis on legal processes that are clogging up our courts, and also mean that those who are from lower socioeconomic demographics are not able to benefit as much as those who can afford to employ fancy legal support. So I think that when one has a scheme such as the Road Accident Fund, one obviously does need to make sure that the public can benefit on an equitable basis easily. And this, in my view, requires legislative reform. And we will be bringing a bill to this House in due course to assist us in that regard. Let me just say, with regard to the question that was raised about the fuel price, I think this is a matter that must be discussed with National Treasury. This is not a matter that is within the domain of the Department of Transport. Let me pause there and let me hand over, DG, to you and the team. Chair, sorry, Acting DG. Chair, you may want to give guidance. Do we need to end at 12:30? Because you may then wish to reschedule PRASA, or are we at liberty to continue?
We are at liberty, Honorable Minister, to continue until after, we are scheduled until 1:30. I'm just going to plead that when PRASA comes in, or first that when the colleagues come in now, the DG, I think you have laid a basis in terms of answers. When the acting DG comes in, can just be summative. From there, we take a summative presentation of PRASA, we engage it. I know you are scheduled to leave at least around 1:15, then we can release you and remain with the board chair and the DDG and the CEO to sum up, and then they'll give you feedback.
Would you like us rather to reply in writing to the rest of the questions? And then we take PRASA now.
I think it can work better. The only timing will be we'll have to give you a short space of time to respond so that we can prepare for the budget. That's the only snap that will be there, but 7 days should be enough, I think. Is that fine with you? If that's the case, then colleagues, I'm going to defer the answering from the DDG. The ministers laid the basis, and then they'll respond that in writing and will circulate the answers so that when members prepare for the budget, they actually have the answers to the question that they would have asked. And then we can then now take a PRASA presentation, and then so that we can also engage it to the extent that it may need certain written responses, we'll also take it in that particular manner. I hope it's fine with you, colleagues. Colleagues, are you fine with that? Thank you very much. I take silence as silence meaning consent. Therefore, colleagues,
there were hands.
Honorable Mabena, I've not seen the hands. Honorable Mabena, yeah.
Yes, thanks, Chair. But I think the written responses in writing, look, essentially, I don't have a problem with them, but I think it's always much better to engage with the department and get some sort of responses into the meeting while we're here. Because once we receive these written responses in 7 days, meaning that we'll have to wait again when the department has to come back to the committee. And you find that when they come back on another totally different issue. And then that some of the follow-up issues fall by the wayside. Obviously, yes, we do have other recourse in terms of written questions and oral questions and all of those things. But sometimes it almost makes the process much better. I understand that we're pressed for time with the issue of PRASA, but for every time that we defer issues to be on written responses, I think we lose the crux of what we wanted to achieve within the committee. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Honorable Kubek.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I was going to second the minister on possibly us postponing the PRASA sitting to a later date, because we've just rushed through the Department of Transport's presentation, and we were not able to ask proper questions. It's going to happen again when we start with PRASA. And we're not going to be able to ask the relevant questions, and we're not going to get the answers that we would want if we're going to rush through it. So please, Chair, may we reschedule? That's my input. Thank you.
I'm not sure, the Honorable Kubega. I've not heard the Honorable Minister to be suggesting that we reschedule PRASA, because it comes with, if you reschedule an entity, it comes with its own implications. I think we're caught between a hard rock and a hard surface. We may have to swallow it now and allow the PRASA to present, but you must remember, colleagues, that the reason first is that all of you knows the time limitation that we have in Parliament, and to the extent that we can't have our bread buttered on both sides, that we'll have enough time to reflect, as I allowed you today, and we still have enough time to get the responses, and still have enough time to finish all the programs of Parliament. And unfortunately, we have to deal with that. I want to plead with you that let's allow PRASA to come in with the view that the department will provide answers on all the questions that we have asked. And if the answers are not sufficient, we'll then, in the next engagement, create a platform to follow up before we deal with any other business. But my plea with you, colleagues, is that I've been timing all of you today, and I did not want to disrupt you. At average, all of you took nothing less than 5 minutes. You took almost average for all of you, it was 8 minutes, which was actual 10. It was only reduced by the 3 members that came back who reduced your average time. So I want to plead with you that when we give you time, you must understand we do not have the luxury of all enjoying the best of both worlds. So I'm going to request that for now, let's swallow it. It's a hard pill, but I will then afford, in line with the concerns that we have, that in the next engagement, should we feel, actual fact, we'll simply say, in the next engagement, when we meet the department, even before we could get into another business, we'll then follow up on the questions that you feel they're unanswered, precisely because these answers do not necessarily expire. They are continuous, and you'll continuously want answers on them. So I think let's rule it in that particular manner and allow the department to onboard PRASA. Thanks for the understanding. Honorable Minister.
Sorry, Chair. I want to suggest we go straight into the PRASA presentation. Let me hand over. I don't know whether it's the chair or the CEO.
In that order, as it pleases.
Honorable Chairperson, good morning. Good morning as well to the honorable members.
Good morning, Chair. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning as well to the Minister. Sorry? Oh, it's afternoon already. My apologies. I did not notice it was afternoon. Good afternoon to all the members, to Minister of Transport, as well, the acting DDG, and all the staff, members and officials from the Department of Transport. We are very pleased, Chair, to be here. I'm going to be very quick just to set the scene for the CEO because of the time constraints, and we really want to get to the nub of the presentation. It's a privilege, Chairman, to appear before this committee today to present PRASA's progress, the strategic plans, and the vision for revitalizing the nation's passenger rail system. We regard these engagements, Chair, with Parliament as very fundamental in terms of the accounting processes that we have and accounting mechanisms, and PRASA's commitment to transparency. We're pleased, Chairman, to report that PRASA's upward trajectory continues, and our CEO is going to go into details just to demonstrate what it is that we plan to do going forward. But pleased to let you know, Committee Chair, that we have an overall achievement of 88% against the approved target, and intending to improve on that further. Chair, just to mention that at PRASA, we remain focused on delivering reliable, safe, and affordable public transport that not only connects the citizens of South Africa, but has a profound and measurable positive impact on the economy and society, particularly the youth, linking them with economic opportunities. Chair, you will note that the committee will note that PRASA's targets are derived from PRASA's contribution to the the medium-term development priorities, which emanate into PRASA's key strategic objectives of delivering an excellent passenger service aligned to passenger needs, growing the gross commercial revenue, which is PRASA's secondary mandate, the modernization and investment in operational assets, and to grow and expand the business of PRASA through its assets and competencies. The GCO, Chair, as I said, will delve into the detail. However, we must be also transparent about the funding challenges that face PRASA, and that will also be detailed in terms of what are some of the options that are being looked at to overcome these challenges, because the underfunding has an impact on the capital program, and also it poses a significant risk to the speed and velocity of the recovery and modernization trajectory of PRASA. As a public service, Chair, PRASA does depend a lot on the government subsidy, and so it is important that we look at different ways and means and solutions, innovative solutions, to ensure that we're able to meet the mandate and deliver on the mandate that has been granted to PRASA. Today's presentation, Chair, will outline the strategic priorities for the MTF period and our contribution to the medium-term development plan priorities and our comprehensive approach to modernizing South Africa's passenger rail infrastructure. We look forward, Chair, to the committee's questions and guidance as we continue this journey towards building a modern, efficient, and sustainable passenger rail network that serves all South Africans. Thank you, Chair. If you allow me, I'll hand over for the detail of the presentation to the CEO of PRASA, Mr. Hisham Emery.
In that order.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair of PRASA.
Colleagues, can we request that we shuffling of paper?
Chair. Honorable Minister. I'm just confirming there's some feedback coming on our side. Chair, can you hear me clearly? Honorable Chair.
We can hear you, but there's a lot of footprints and slamming of doors and drawers. If we could ask you please to reduce the noise on your side and talk close to the microphone.
Thanks for that intervention, Honorable Minister. I was becoming worried now also.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister. I take it that's better now. I think we've sorted out the technology problems on our side. Good afternoon once again, also to honorable members, the DG, and the officials, and my colleagues online. I am cognizant of time, and I take it that the presentation was shared in advance, so I'll be brief on some of the slides, Honorable Chair. What we have asked to provide today is just a quick performance update, an overview of the strategic plan, as well as the APT that is aligned with the shareholder compact, and then briefly speak around the budget and the financial situation at PRASA. If we look at the next slide, Chair, this deals with, Honorable Chair, the last time we had the honor of being with the portfolio committee, we were at the Gibela factory where we met with honorable members, taking you through that facility. And quite a bit has happened since October last year when we met. We can see the central line that has been recovered. And just last month, we had the launch of the central line in the Western Cape. This has been a significant achievement for PRASA and for the city, the country as a whole, not having that rail service for more than 5 years. We were now able to run a train from Cape Town through to Chris Hani in Khayelitsha, and the team is busy with the last section that we get the train through to Mitchell's Plain as well. Now, honorable members, just very quickly in terms of some of the performance that you have seen from PRASA, particularly over the last couple of years. I'll focus on the last 3 years in particular, where you see the upward trend in terms of our performance against objectives. Again, this year that has just passed, March 2025, we've achieved 88% of the objectives that the preset objectives for the year. And that is on the back of the previous year, also achieving 87%. So there's some stability, continuity within PRASA to ensure that this performance can be maintained going forward. If we look at some of the other key achievements that we have had during this period, very importantly, as the Honourable Minister has also mentioned around the passenger numbers, which is a key indicator for PRASA. Again, looking at the last 5 years, albeit from a very low base, coming out of the COVID, the hard lockdown period, we were only able to operate 4 of the 40 corridors, transporting approximately 10 million passengers for the year. The year that has just ended, we have seen a significant growth through to 76 million passengers for this year, close to doubling from the previous year. And I will touch on as we go on later in the presentation around the projections going forward in line with the targets set by our shareholder. Also very importantly, through this period is also addressing the issue of crime, the theft and vandalism, which led to the 4 corridors that were only operational after the lockdown period. You can see the reverse happening there, where we had a high of 3,400 incidents in 2021, and you can see a stabilization now of incidents sitting below 1,000 for the year, and we are still targeting to reduce that even further. But it has brought stability in our ability now to run the trains on a more predictable in terms of the service that we're providing. If we move on to some of the other key achievements, notable achievements from PRASA, we are now standing at having recovered 35 of the 40 lines. So 5 lines that we are working on. Also very important to recover this. Some of those lines here in Gauteng, the Davidson line in particular, one of the key corridors that we need to recover. But that is a corridor that has been quite badly affected by theft and vandalism. Not only decimation of the electrical infrastructure on that corridor, but even the railway tracks have been stolen during that period. We need to replace up to 70 kilometers of railway track on the Davidson line, and hence that project will take a bit longer in terms of that recovery. But as I've mentioned, we need to recover the Captain's Club line in Mitchell's Plain in the Western Cape. We need to recover the line down to Vereeniging via Midway, Residentia, Orange Farm. That's the area that the team is currently working on as we speak, and then also the Springs line. We just recently recovered the bridge, honourable members, where you will recall a few years back the gas tanker explosion under the bridge, which completely decimated the railway corridor. We have now rehabilitated and rebuilt that rail over road bridge, and now we need to get the rest of the corridor also recovered as part of that program. But very important in terms of some of the other achievements is also dealing with customer satisfaction. We need to measure the satisfaction of our customer, and we've seen, particularly in the last year, a pleasing increase in terms of customer satisfaction, which was typically sitting between 50 and 60%. We see that has moved to 77%, and that's something we will do on an annual basis to measure the feedback from our customers in terms of the service that we are providing. And maybe just one other item to mention there to the committee is also around the continued improvement around our audit outcomes. The year that has passed, we've again got an unqualified audit with findings, and that is a significant improvement from the 3 years that we've had a disclaimer at PRASA. So we do have a plan that we will share a bit later in the APP about moving towards a clean audit from a PRASA perspective. If we move on to the next slide, honourable members, this is the operating environment, and I'm not going to spend too much time. I think the previous presentation touched on quite a bit of this, but safe to note that we're working in an environment where there are multiple, I think, moving pieces around. We're dealing with the rail reform that PRASA needs to ensure that we navigate the rail reform to ensure success and effectiveness within passenger rail, but dealing also with some of the funding constraints that we see, and I'll share with you some of the interventions, some of the work that we are doing together with our shareholder and the National Treasury to address some of these challenges. And then at the same time, while we refer to the challenging operating environment, it does also present opportunities for PRASA going forward, looking at growth. What are new business opportunities that we need to position PRASA in terms of the future? Moving forward to the next slide, dealing with just looking at the macroeconomic environment. I think I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, maybe just touching on one or two aspects that we've seen in terms of the geopolitical tension around there, and we've seen in the past how this does have an impact in terms of the supply chain on some of our key projects that we are rolling out. But I think we've also managed to learn lessons from previous processes to see how we can be a lot more resilient on some of these aspects. Very important also from a PRASA looking at from a socio-economic point of view. We know the migration that we've seen from rural to urban areas, but at the same time, while we are targeting with our interventions in the big metropolitan areas, also to have a focus in terms of what we, from a rural perspective, some of the interventions that we need to roll out as part of that process. One of the key things that we have achieved also since our last meeting, honourable members, is the new operating model, organizational restructuring that we have undertaken at PRASA. And this was done to bring efficiencies within the organization, to look at how we have a more sustainable personnel cost that we have as a company, but also to promote teamwork and cohesion across the organization. What we have done, and I'll show it in the next slide, is how we have combined and integrated some of the divisions and departments so that we have this better collaborative and teamwork environment that we work within. Similar to what we have seen also at Transnet, it is the creation of an infrastructure manager at PRASA. And that is for something that is in the works, it's not yet established. And we will also learn from the earlier processes with TRIM and so forth in terms of establishing some of these things. But if we move to the next slide, I think this will just give a sense of the new operating model. I know it might be a bit small to read there, honourable members, but again, it's looking at streamlining also the executive level and not have a bloated executive team at PRASA. And then if we look at the bottom left of the screen, again, what we will have as the key divisions and also subsidiary at PRASA, you will have a rail operations division focusing on operations both from a rail commuter, but then also your long distance, both the bus and the rail as well. We then have the infrastructure division, which will focus on your asset management, as well as your operational properties, from Perway to signaling, electrical and telecoms as well. And then a division that we are now calling the capital program division, focusing on and really focusing on all the capital projects that we have within PRASA, which was sitting between different departments. We will now have it within this division, be it on the infrastructure side as well as expansion opportunities that we will look within PRASA. And then the fourth leg, which is a subsidiary of PRASA, will be Intersight, focusing on the secondary mandate, looking at generating revenue from our assets. Moving along then to dealing with the alignment with the NTDP priorities. Again, this was touched on the earlier slide, and maybe just to reflect to the honourable members how we've aligned to these priorities from a process objectives and targets that we have set. If you're looking at strategic priority 1, dealing with inclusive growth and job creation, we are looking at from a process perspective how we are dealing with industrialization and localization through some of our mega projects. The infrastructure investment that we see through the recovery and rebuild program, also looking at the aspect of tourism from a job creation point of view as well. And then looking at priority 2, reducing poverty and tackling the high cost of living. Again, PRASA plays a critical role in terms of reducing poverty and improving livelihoods, and that's just by the service that we are offering. We've already seen the cost benefit to the commuter, to the citizens of this country when we've got a well-functioning rail system. And the same applies with strategic priority 3, how we've aligned our objectives to that in terms of ensuring building a capable and ethical developmental state. And there are certain things we are doing internally at PRASA as an SOE to demonstrate capability and ethical behavior within the organization. Moving along to the next slide. So this will look at the strategic plan and the APP. And we've broken it down into the 3 phases. First, focusing on the MTF period, taking us through to 2028, 27, 28. We're looking at growing our passenger numbers to 300 million passengers by then, growing our commercial revenue to 1.2 billion. And then by 2030, as clearly articulated by the Minister, we want to have the passenger numbers sitting at 600 million passengers by 2030, growing our commercial revenue by 2 billion. And by 2035, in terms of our long-term plan, is to grow the passenger numbers to 1 billion. That's very important in terms of the sustainability, not only of PRASA, but the well-functioning of our cities across the country as well. If we look at what we are dealing in terms of our objectives, the MTF strategic objectives that we are dealing with, again, a focus on the modernization of our assets. This has to be done not only from a rolling stock point of view, but our infrastructure to ensure that we can carry and move the 600 million passengers by 2030. Critical in the short term is the optimization of our services. At the moment, while we have recovered 35 of the 40 corridors, many of these corridors are still operating a limited service. And what I mean by that is we're not operating the high frequency trains that we would like to operate in the peak period. Many of these corridors we should be operating at 5-minute frequencies in the peak and anything between 15 and 20 minutes in the off-peak. To get us to that state, we need to recover and rehabilitate the signaling systems across all our networks. There are some corridors we've managed to bring back some of the signaling. One example being here in Gauteng, in Tshwane, the Mabopane corridor, also the Southern Suburbs corridor in Cape Town, where we've got signaling up and running, and we've been able to reduce the frequencies on those corridors to approximately 15 minutes. We are working on a plan to improve to 15 minutes on the Mabopane as well. But the end objective is to get to the 5 minutes in the peak, particularly on the high volume corridors. In the short term, the internal teams are looking at how we can optimize further to get more trains in service, particularly during the peak period. If we move to the next slide, this will deal with looking at some of the key actions that we are taking at a operational level, particularly to get to the 300 million passengers by the end of the MTF period. And I've spoken on the focus on optimization that we are looking at those frequencies, but also wanting to improve speed on some of these corridors. Many of these corridors, we do have speed restrictions. Some of them related to the absence of signaling, some of them related to the condition of the track and the drainage on the line. And we've got projects underway around the country dealing with the track quality to ensure that we can improve speed safely on some of these corridors. When we look at the full service, and this is moving towards the end of the MTF period, we want to have the signaling up and running across the country, fully restored to enable us to run and operate safely at the 5-minute frequency in the peak and the 15 minutes in the off-peak. That is a critical aspect that and focus that is on in terms of the project that we are rolling out. Currently, we have the project in KZN that is running, and we're busy in the procurement processes for the Western Cape and Gauteng. But noting that there are certain work underway that our internal team is able to do to bring back certain sections of the network. What will be critical to achieve that 600 million over and above these interventions is to ensure that we also have the right service enhancements, marketing campaigns, improving the customer experience to attract not only the captive user to rail, but also choice users. So therefore, as part of this modernization strategy that we are rolling out, it's also to attract a new customer base to rail. And on many of the lines, we start to see that happening already. We start to see it as part of the special trains that we also run, be it for certain events and so forth, that there's a new market that is opening up for rail transportation as well. This gives a sense, honourable members, of that projection of the growth to 600 million to 2030. Critical to achieve this is the funding dependencies so that we can accelerate the recovery, the rebuild, and some of the key modernization elements. But as you can see this year that has just passed, we have achieved the 77 million we want target. Next year we are targeting 116 million, close to doubling on from the 77. And the teams are working to ensure that we can bring more trains into service so that we can reach those numbers. There's also the opportunity to grow the passenger and rail transportation sort of to greater heights, particularly during our off-peak. I think there's an opportunity there for PRASA to be a lot more innovative in bringing passengers to rail, not only in the peak, but during the off-peak as well. And the teams are looking at that. So that gives a sense of the map through to 600, but the point there is that to achieve that, there needs to be the dependency on the funding that comes through to accelerate some of this turnaround of the infrastructure interventions that we are dealing with. Just very quickly on the long distance, as I've mentioned in the operations division, what we have done is also consolidated our two long distance offerings, both the rail as well as the long distance bus, into one entity now. This allows us to have better economies of scale, but also more importantly, the efficiencies that we can offer our passengers looking at long distance transport, the integration and connectivity that we can offer in terms of an integrated service. Very important with this offering, particularly also on the bus side, is our ability to service many of those rural communities that do not have access to some of the transport offerings at play. This has been effective since the 1st of August that we've already got put in place. Some of the key things that we are working to very quickly in terms of the strategic goals for long distance transport. We are looking at growing the passenger numbers during this financial year to just over 600,000. We'll also be working on bringing in additional, not only rail, but also bus routes, particularly some of those rural areas that do not have transportation solutions. Currently, we are running Johannesburg to East London and Johannesburg to Durban. The teams are looking at that towards the end of the financial year. We should be a lot closer in terms of having some additional routes, looking at the potential of Messina and the potential of Cape Town as well, in terms of new route offerings that the team will be looking at. But critical to the rollout of these corridors will be the availability of locomotives, as well as infrastructure availability. And that's where we're working very closely with our sister company, Transnet, who is the owner of the mainline infrastructure, to ensure that the availability is there. If we move on to security, as I've touched on earlier, again, what has been critical here is the asset protection that we are looking at, and we've seen the success of the security strategy that we have rolled out. The phase one was increasing the boots on the ground, and now looking at moving in towards technology that we want to roll out, not only to ensure that we have the latest technology there, but also to look at how do we more effectively use the cost that we are currently spending towards security. Our cost has significantly increased over the last 2 or 3 years in terms of the security strategy that we have rolled out to ensure that our assets are protected and that our customers feel safe on the train and in our environment. Moving on to the technology part of the security, we are rolling out what is referred to as a C4 I-STAR implementation. This is aimed at the technology that we are rolling out. It includes not only the vehicles, the CCTV, the command and control centers that we will roll out. This will enable us to significantly reduce the current spend that we have in security, which is at the moment significantly putting PRASA under pressure in terms of our operational sustainability. And we will start to see the rollout of some of these aspects within this financial year. To ensure also the sustainability from a funding point of view, the second objective is to ensure that we can grow our gross commercial revenue. Again, this is very important to supplement the current subsidy that we do receive from a government. You would have seen from the first slide, the year that just passed, we managed to generate just over 700 million in terms of commercial revenue. We are looking at by the end of the MTF period, we want to grow this to 1.2 billion. And this is critical, particularly during this period where we are now recovering. One of our main revenue sources has always been fair revenue. But as you've seen from the numbers that we have shown and the recovery that we are still going through, the revenue coming from fares is still way below where it should be. And that's putting PRASA under significant pressure from an operational point of view. And we'll touch on that in the slides on the funding as well. This is just some of the things that we are dealing with at the secondary mandate through Intersight, looking at revenue generations through new leases, as well as commercial development that we are rolling out. We have now signed 24 out of the 26 commercial lease agreements. There's some progress on that, but some of that will take some time to materialize. And then also during this period, to look how do we optimize our costs within our huge property portfolio, looking at our utility costs. The team have just recently also through the City of Joburg negotiated through our Park Station complex that we have a zero-rated facility where we don't have rates that we are paying there. And that's due to the fact of the value that we bring within the precinct, within the inner city, by having the station precinct, the various offerings from a commercial and even a banking sector that we bring to the inner city. Looking at the next objective very quickly, honorable members, is around the infrastructure CapEx strategy. Again, I've touched on the issue of the modernization, optimization that we are rolling out, but also importantly is to look at how do we not only improve and establish our partnerships with the private sector. Particularly, we've already done this through the secondary mandate. I think we're entering a phase now on on the primary mandate to look at partnerships that could exist through PSPs as part of this process. Some of the projects that are running in the capital space as we speak, that we don't always maybe speak enough of, but it's critical. It's also bringing back certain additional lines within the corridors. So, for example, we are currently running Naledi to Johannesburg, but we're bringing back 2 additional lines in that corridor. And that's what the team is working on. And that is for the reason that you've got various corridors that would use this section. Not only the Naledi corridor, the corridors down to Midway would feed into here as well. And there are certain sections where you would need 4 lines. The same is in the Kaalfontein to Johannesburg, that's the Tembisa corridor, where we are getting additional 2 lines so that we can get not only the trains from Pretoria down to Johannesburg and vice versa, but also from Tembisa. And that provides additional capacity. It brings us the ability to bring more trains through those sections. And that work is ongoing as we speak. Since we met also honorable members, in October, we also, to the Honourable Minister, we launched the Katlehong corridor, also significant work that was undertaken there, not only on the station recovery, but having to rebuild sections of the line that were washed away through floods and drainage issues that we've had. And you can see from the photograph some of the work that has gone in during that process. One of the key programs is on the development train manufacturing. We now have 260 plus EMUs. This is the electrical multiple units. This is the new train, 6-car configuration. We received 60 during the past financial year. The factory has now got to a position where it can operate at maximum capacity, which is the 60-62 trains that we are dealing with. But also very important is looking at the other objectives of the project around localization. And in terms of the spend that you see there, in the region of 79% has been locally procured. And then in terms of production, over 50% has been locally done. I'll touch on the issues of how we're dealing with some of the funding challenges a bit later on the developed project. A key program that is linked to this is the depot modernization program. This is a program that is many years behind schedule. It has had significant challenges in terms of getting off the ground. And it's critical to get the depots modernized to be able to maintain the new trains. What we have done in the interim is retrofit some of the depots, some adjustments that we have done in the interim to deal some of the maintenance aspects of the train. We're also looking at the team to look at beyond that while we are modernizing the depots in its entirety on some key partners that we may want to bring in to assist with the maintenance of the trains also going forward while we are modernizing these depots. But where we stand currently, there's designs happening on the Braamfontein. We also have the Benrose and Pardon Island depots that we are just as part of the process with the budget facility for infrastructure. We're looking at funding around some of these projects that we will share later in the year in terms of the outcome of those processes. And then below you'll see the list of the depots that we need to focus on. It's not only those 3 that's mentioned in the table, but we also have to deal with Wilmington, which already has gone through 2 phases of upgrade. There's a 3rd phase that will take it to its completion. But then also Salt River and Durban that forms part of the depot modernization. One of the key things we're also rolling out is walling and fencing of the key corridors, particularly those high-risk areas where we've seen significant cases of theft and vandalism. We've got a project rolling out on the Mabopane corridor, and that work is progressing as we speak. And then also on the central line, we are busy just sorting out some of the design challenges there, and then we'll see the implementation of the walling and fencing on the higher risk areas on the central line as well being undertaken. Now, without going through all the detail on the next slide, this provides the annual performance plan, honourable members, for the MTF period. What we have shown here is the alignment with the MTDP priority, that's on the left column. We then indicate how PRASA's objective aligns to the MTDP, and then the deliverable that we are dealing with. So if we take the first line right on top, you will see that we're talking about rail service lines rebuilt and recovered. So in the 25-26 financial year, we are targeting bringing back another 2 lines or sections of full electrical services. And a lot of this is also informed by the funding availability that we do have. And we show this for the 3 financial years during the MTF. And for all of those objectives, we have got the target set, whether it is looking at improving the frequencies. We want to see a further 3 lines that we can run higher frequencies, number of stations that we are recovering, the target that we have set for the commercial revenue that we are dealing with, the job creation and so forth. It's all listed there, and that's in terms of priority 1. The next slide deals with the MTTV priority 2, where again, we've highlighted the passenger growth that we would like to see during this MTF period. 2025-26, 116 million passengers, growing that to 213 million the next year, and then by the end of the MTF, 300 million passengers per annum, taking cognizance of 2030 to grow to 600 million. So without going through each one of them, honourable members, it is listed there in terms of the performance plan, linked back to the MTTP, linked back to the shared priorities to ensure that there's alignment in terms of the objectives and the targets that we have set going forward. Looking at the business development opportunities, very quickly on this, as I mentioned earlier, with all of this happening and the challenges that we are navigating, the opportunities that then we need to see how do we maximize on that. There was a reference by the Honourable Minister about the rolling stock company as an example, and I will touch on the questions that were raised around the general overhaul program. Just taking this as one example, we've got a manufacturing facility that we have in South Africa, the developed plant. This is a PRASA project. We've got this facility. How do we look at the future of this facility? Not only having PRASA as a customer, but also manufacturing rolling stock for other customers, not only in South Africa, but also on the continent. And all of these opportunities, be it on the rolling stock side, be it on the technology through the ticketing, be it on fiber, all of this will be underpinned by a detailed feasibility and business case to inform the rollout of these opportunities. Moving on quickly, Honourable Chair, to just on the financial overview, dealing with some of the funding challenges that we have. Yes, there's the underfunding of the new rolling stock program. We have also engaged with the consortium there to look at the delivery schedule of some of these trains in terms of the need, the business need at PRASA and so forth, and there's been some discussions around that. But there's also contractual arrangement that one needs to be mindful of in terms of dealing with some of these matters. And again, through the assistance of our shareholder and National Treasury, particularly during the last financial year, with some of those challenges that we've had, there were various interventions that we were able to undertake, from the unearmarking of some of the capital funds to allow us to move that to the highest priority at the moment. And that's a principle that we have raised with the shareholder and National Treasury, that there is some flexibility in terms of the capital allocation that comes to PRASA, that there's the unearmarking of certain funds that allows us to move towards funding towards the highest priority. So that was dealt with last year. We are dealing with some of these challenges in this new financial year. And on the last slide, which I will end off, we'll show you the progress that we are dealing with that. On the signalling side, we have seen through the budget allocation that there has been a provisional sum for signalling set aside of 12.3 billion, and that will assist significantly with the rollout of the signalling program across the country. If we move to the next slide, I think what we just wanted to demonstrate here to your honourable members is the operating cash position of PRASA, and I'm just going to focus on the last the last block in terms of the bar chart. You will see that the blue represents PRASA's revenue and operating subsidy. The purple shows our operating costs, and the red shows, in this case, it's the deficit. And for the 25-26 financial year, there is a deficit, operational deficit of approximately 3.5 billion that we need to deal with. Now, why we've shown this 4 years is when one looks at the revenue and operating subsidy, you can see how it's decreased slightly. And that's not all due just to the operating subsidy. That has been, if you look at 22-23, it is when we still had significant capital reserve from unspent capital. And the interest that was generated off that unspent capital assisted PRASA in terms of some of its operational costs. What PRASA has demonstrated its ability now to implement its capital program. We do not now have any or very little unspent capital that's in the bank. In fact, we have spent all of that in terms of the recovery and rebuild and the other projects that we have. So this interest that was there before is no longer there as an interim solution. Not that that is a business model that we are developing for PRASA, but that was the reality. With the fact that we are still recovering, and we're only sitting at 77 million passengers per annum, as I've mentioned, we're not getting the fare revenue in as we should as a rail company. When PRASA was moving 550 million passengers in 2013-2014, fare revenue was sitting at 2.5 billion, 3 billion. 2024-25, when we moved the 77 million, and taking into account inflation and all of these things, our fare revenue was sitting at 600 million. So it's a far cry from where we were in terms of fare revenue, and that is where the pressure is in terms of operational sustainability. We have done the analysis, we've done the sensitivity models and so forth. PRASA needs to get as quickly as possible to the 350, 400 million passengers per annum, because that's when we start to bring in sustainability from an operational point of view. But it's getting to that period, this next 2 to 3 years, where that operational funding support is critical to get PRASA through this recovery and rebuild of the rail system. If we move on to the next slide, here you can see, without going into too much detail, the graph shows our spend that we have had from a capital point of view. You can see the blue was our budget, the subsidy allocation, and you can see the spend at PRASA 2023, 2024, 2025. You can see we've exceeded our budget allocation, and that's where we use the unspent capital to make up for that spend. One can see for 2026 again, in terms of the projection, we're looking again at exceeding our allocation. Obviously, we'll have to review that through the year in terms of what has been confirmed in terms of the allocation going forward. But all of the spend, if one looks at the graph on the right, without going to all of it, just looking at, if you look at the tall bars in the middle of that, dealing with PPE, that's the property, plant and equipment, you can see all of this capital spend, how it's affected PRASA's balance sheet. If we look at the asset value now at PRASA, we are sitting at 100 billion in terms of asset value as PRASA. So this capital investment, you can see the correlation now in terms of the asset value that we have at PRASA at the moment. This is the penultimate slide. The next slide, just very quickly on the revenue. I think I've spoken to it broadly, but really our revenue generation is really lagging the operating cost at the moment, and that is largely due to the fact that we are still in the recovery and rebuild. We are not operating an optimal rail service yet. Once we are there, once we are at that level of 350 million passengers per annum, we will then be hitting a much more sustainable level in terms of rail operations. I think that is a critical point that we want to highlight on this slide. We can go through the capital spend, which I've done on the earlier slides, but I want to end off, Honorable Chair, with the last slide, just in terms of some of the initiatives. It's not that we are just highlighting these things. There are many interventions underway, starting with the budget facility for infrastructure. We have worked very closely with our shareholder. That's also made through the National Treasury, the infrastructure fund available to collaborate with PRASA, where we've done 2 budget facility for infrastructure submissions. We submitted that in April. This is particularly on the rolling stock as well as the signaling program that we have made these submissions. And the review process as well as the evaluation of these submissions are expected to start quite soon. We have got an indication that towards the end of or during Q2, early in Q2, we should have some indication of the success of these submissions for funding through this BFI. And we're quite hopeful that we will see positive outcome in terms of funding coming through that facility. Over and above that, we're also working again with our shareholder together with National Treasury on project-specific concessional funding, and this is with various DFIs, development finance institutions, and already there's discussions underway with the New Development Bank, looking at borrowing not only with signaling and rolling stock, but also we want to have discussions on other unfunded capital projects like the depot that we need to ensure also forms part of this process. Thirdly, is the issue around the private sector participation. Again, a lot of work has been put in terms of developing these submissions that will go out on the RFI process, the request for information. It includes the depot modernization program, automatic fare collection, that's the ticketing systems, rolling stock, fiber projects as well, and again through the leadership there of the shareholder and the department, we'll be targeting the end of July that the passenger rail RFIs will go to the market, and then following on that there will be the more detailed engagement through RFPs once that interest is established through that process. And then finally, in terms of the presentation, again, due to the lack of capital funding available, we also got the Section 66 application looking at finance leases, particularly on replacing some of the bus fleet. It's critical that the bus fleet has reached the end of its lifespan, and we're looking at that opportunity to bring some new buses into the long distance market, that we can provide a reliable offering on that aspect as well. Honorable Chair, members, that is the presentation. I have noted that the Honorable Minister has asked me to speak to the GO. I can either do it now or take it as part if there's a response to other questions as well. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable. Thanks very much, CEO, Group CEO, Hisham, and also to your chair. Is the minister still here?
Yes,
Minister,
I'm still here. I'm
Yeah.
still here. Let's go straight to questions.
Okay, you are fine.
Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. Honorable members, there is the presentation, Passenger Rail Association of South Africa, Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, as presented. You can pose questions now, your time. Honorable Mabena, Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Kutana,
Sorry.
Motivat Malmacha. Who else didn't they call? Quebec. Yeah, Honorable Mabena, you can come in. I've noted all of you honorable members.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I'll be also fairly quick. The one, I think the connection was not very good with the CEO at first. I think we missed critical parts of the presentation, but at least we do have it. I think it is welcome. It is a welcome development that you have recovered the central line in Cape Town, but also has the issue of encroachment been fully addressed? What measures have been put in place to ensure that the line is not compromised again, or maybe to prevent what has happened now again happening in future? And then, what is the coverage of the digital signaling across your entire line? Are you at 10% of the entire network, or is it at 100%? What is the digital signaling within PRASA? The line restrictions as imposed by RSR are quite concerning. And also, I mean, if you're operating a line that is restricted to 30 kilometers per hour, this tells a story, because the ambition to reach 300 million passengers by 2027, 2028, with some of these challenges, as noted here, with lines restricted at 30 kilometers per hour, I don't think we're going to reach those milestones unless these issues, of course, are addressed. In the report, there is about 160 stations that are yet to be recovered. The Kliptown train station is one of them. In 2022, there was a figure attached to the restoration of the Kliptown train station to be at 21 million rands. Has this been done? When is the project commencing? Because in the presentation, you also do say that you've only recovered 308 of the 468. If possible, can you finish the committee with a detailed outlay of these that have not been recovered, and what processes or progress are in place to do so? The issue of the rail reform, again, it's welcome and well done on that, and for trying to leverage the private sector to achieve funding challenges and shortfalls. This collaborative approach is welcome. And I think also we truly have to start treating the private sector as a partner rather than as an adversary. The other issue that also came up a couple of days ago, it was the issue of the refurbishment of grey and yellow trains at a cost of 7.5 billion rands over 5 years, and only for these trains to sit idle and fall into disrepair with nothing being done about them. And also, I mean, to date, 2.8 billion rands has been spent by PRASA on this. I consider this to be a vanity project, because you speak about the EMUs that we're investing heavily in and part of the rolling stock that you've received so far. And it seems like PRASA is navigating heavily towards that type of approach with rolling stock. Now, the issue now is, are you still planning to spend 7.5 billion rands over 5 years on these trains? And if yes, why are you doing so? Because seemingly you refurbish them only to put them aside and not to use them. And as I said earlier, having spent 2.8 billion rands, it's not really something that is feasible. I think it's a vanity project. I think we should stop it in its tracks and maybe reprioritize those funds to where they're needed most. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabena. The Honorable Kubeka, followed by Honorable Kobe.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings once again to the teams and honorable members. Chair, earlier on, I wanted to ask the Minister. A while ago, Minister was speaking about a dissolution strategy for passenger rail. I wanted to ask, where is that dissolution strategy? That's one. The second one is it's about the same thing that Honorable Mabena and Honorable Kana spoke about, with the refurbished, the presented refurbished trains. We know the cost was 7.5 billion, and we're made to believe that an additional 5 billion rand has been made available for those trains that are currently not being used. Chair, we note and we know that I think it was the Minister had said that some of the trains, or they've got an appetite of sending those trains abroad. I wanted to ask, are any of those trains going to be used on our corridors? And if they are, which corridors will they be used on? And then I wanted to ask that What is the status on those contracts for the refurbishment of these trains? That's another question. The next one, Chair, is when was the signaling tender issued? That's one. And then the second one is, has that signaling tender been awarded? That's another question. And then, Chair, the next question, I wanted to know from the PRASA team is what is the risk associated with having one company controlling the entity's signaling? Because we're led to believe that there's one company that is controlling the entity's signaling. Do they not perhaps see or foresee a problem with that? And then, Chair, the next one, the PRASA board was going to institute an investigation into the signaling projects that were awarded to a company called Mazia. This was in respect of some of the payments that were made that were said to be irregular. I wanted to ask, has the minister received this report? And what were the findings in this report? And has that investigation been concluded? And then, Chair, back to that 7.5 billion rand that was spent on trains that were being refurbished. I wanted to know, will they form part of the leased company? And then, Chair, just lastly, I wanted to note what was just said in this presentation. I think it was slide 15. It said the MTEF 20 financial year 25-28. The projection is 300 million passenger trips. By 2030, 600 million passenger trips. By 2035, 1 billion passenger trips. And to note, with a revenue of 2.5 billion rand revenue. Chair, I'm not sure if we're going back or what is the issue here, but maybe if the time is there, can the team from PRASA indulge us? Because in 2013, 2014, the slides also said, and the presenter also said, passenger trips in 2013, 2014 were 543 million passenger trips. 2014, 2015, passenger trips were 521 million. 2014, 2015 revenue was 3.9 billion, excluding subsidies. Now, if we note that, and we note the projections on the MTEF, there's a disconnect there, Chair. I would like the presenter to speak to us on where the disconnect is or where the disconnect was. Why are we moving backwards? Why do we have such issues? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, can I just get
Thank you very much.
Can I just get clarity?
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Kubeke, do you mean devolution strategy, not dissolution strategy?
The English escapes me, Honorable Minister. I apologize. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kobe, followed by Honorable Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Chair, allow me to really welcome the presentation that was given to us by the CEO. It looks like PRASA really is turning the tide. And also just one green shoot worth mentioning that year on year, it's increasing by 65% on its number of passenger journey. It's growing in that regard. So well done to PRASA. Previously talked about 5 is dedicated towards the refurbishment and the renewal of the yellow fleet. I'd just like to know if a cost benefit analysis was done by the department with this regard, because clearly a lot of this money is eating away at a significant amount at money that could be used towards railway expansion, corridor expansion, safety on our trains. So I just want to know if a cost benefit analysis was done, and if that could be furbished, that it could be given to the portfolio. Also, the CEO to also filed by Weber Winsell, which was commissioned by PRASA itself in relation to this matter. Also, Chair would like to know, as it relates to that, the procurement processes, if everything was above board. And also, I think there was the corridor that the corridor renewal and refurbishment in Katlehong. Well done for that. But I'd just like to know, in terms of Davidton in the Eastern Corridor, it seems to me that this renewal was supposed to refurbishment
Honorable
rather. Chair?
Sorry for disrupting your third process. Your mic is not very clear, and I think colleagues may not be. Maybe you can switch the video so that we focus on the mic. Maybe it will assist us to hear you well.
Chair, am I better now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to know, in terms of the Davidton line in the Eastern Corridor, how far the department is with regards to expanding that and refurbishing the station. Chair, also would like a full breakdown of the current and projected expenditure on the general overhaul project, and also a copy of the records of the decision relating to the awarding of the tender and the continuation of this contract. And I just want to know if there is any legal way for us to stop this contract from going on, because there is no justification for it, because this fleet is now obsolete. And if we are going to lease it, if the department wants to lease this fleet, do we know of any rail gauges that are compatible with these trains that are now sitting idly in depots? And also, Chair, no, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I know you had said I can go ahead after her. I'm not, I don't want Honorable Malumache to say I must speak when the Chair has recognized me.
No, you are recognized, but if you could also switch the video, maybe it will assist us. I think colleagues are not getting you guys well that other side.
All right, Chair. I think I had asked the question in terms of the refurbishment. So what I almost similar to the line that the Honorable Kobe raises. So one of the questions that people ask, because we don't represent our jackets when we come to these meetings, relates to the Springs Joburg line. Just how when we're going to have it. The other one that that Chair we had was spoken about. I just want to check how far is the process insofar as the ghost employees within PRASA. Is that something that PRASA considers it to have been concluded? And yeah, so that's one. I think the link to that is the issue around the stations, like the recovery or the refurbishment of the stations. I know that there was a mention in the presentation. So if you can get a bit more meat, or might have to submit it as a written question. Then, Chair, one of the things that does not come out clear, and I want the CEO to speak to, it's one thing to recover the lines and to modernize the stations. But then if there's no aggressive marketing to lure passengers back onto the trains, then we might find ourselves in a situation where the KPI, insofar as the train trips are concerned, we made that KPI. But then the KPI around the passengers, we don't meet it because people are not aware in terms of the safety aspects, all the other aspects relating to the to the passenger side. And I think Honorable Mabena raised that particular issue around the 30 to 60 kilometer speed and its impact to realizing the number. So I want to know, Chair, not to monopolize once again, insofar as the what you call the marketing and advertising campaign to get passengers on the trains. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Who's next? It should be you, Honorable Mutubats, followed by Honorable Montano.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I think the earlier question that I raised around the infrastructure on the rail, I think PRASA can help us around that particular issue. What is the status of the maintenance on the rail system? But again, I just want to focus on the signaling system. I see that there's progress that is there, but I want to understand with a failed signaling system and increased manual authorization, which has got safety issues that are risky. What is the nature of the current system that has been considered? Are you considering a safer in-cab signaling system, which might be safer, which...
Honorable Mutubats.
Hello?
Honorable Mutubats.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair. Hello?
Chair, we can hear Honorable Mutubats. I think the challenge might be on your side.
Hello, Chair. Oh.
Yeah, I think the chair is disconnected.
Oh, the chair is disconnected. Okay.
No, I think Mutubats can continue. Then when he comes, he will raise his point to save time. Thank you.
Hello, I can hear. Can I continue?
I said, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. No, thanks very much, Chair. Back to my points. Just to recap, I was saying that with the failed signaling system, I think there's increase that is, progress that is there. With the manual system, is the current system that we have is the safer in-cab signaling system, which will stand the test of time, at least give us a leverage of about 20 years from now, because it's a bit safer, and with regard to also this system will be susceptible to theft and vandalism. Basically, what I want to know is what signaling system have we considered? Has it taken into consideration the safety aspect and the longevity of its existence? My second question would be, have you put out an RFI to test what should be the best in the world practice that should be considered and accordingly set the standards for South Africa and maybe for the SADC countries? Thank you very much.
In that order.
Thanks, Chair. Can I proceed?
Yes, Honorable Montana.
Chair, just a few things. Firstly, I see the presentation talk about policy and austerity, government austerity. I wanted the CEO perhaps to explain to us, because the Minister of Finance has showed us that we don't have austerity, but I see it in the presentation here. Secondly, Chair, I wanted to get a sense. I think that I see in the presentation that we're talking about Gibela meeting its localization targets. I thought the rolling stock fleet renewal program wanted also to stimulate our local industry. Are we satisfied with that? And can we get assurance that not money is leaving the country? Of course, profits will be made, but part of the structure was to ensure that we stimulate, particularly the rail engineering industry in that space. So I think we need some clarity on that. I know, Chair, that we are celebrating the 77 million passenger trips. I think that we are still very far even from what happened just before, on the eve of COVID-19. I think we had 200 million passenger trips. And when I look at the numbers that are being projected here, I think particularly in 2030, when we move to 600 million passenger trips, I'm asking myself, I do not see the real projects that underpin that. I don't see any rail expansion projects. Maybe we could have a sense of what are some of those projects that are there. Let me hasten to make this point as well. I think we're missing an opportunity. I think that the post-COVID, the country has changed. We're focusing so much on restoration, but I think that the passenger movements have changed and are changing quite fast. And we may be missing opportunities when we say we're focusing on these 40 priority corridors, but those were classified in terms of the number of passengers. There may be travel movements, travel patterns may have changed, and I just wanted to check, is there a study that is being done or has been done recently to determine the travel patterns so that we put capacity where it's required and not because of history. Chair, I want to ask also about the private sector participation. I think the CEO mentioned the depot modernization program. I just want to understand the relationship between that program with the TSSA, that is a technical support and spare parts agreement with Gibela. How is it going to work? Are we not? I'm not sure about the viability and the value of doing that project, that program in that way. And the last two things I want to ask, Chair, the presentation talk about 1 billion passengers. And I see on two occasions it's making a difference between passenger trips and 1 billion passengers. Now, I don't know whether it's an error, the CEO will tell us, because 1 billion passengers is different from 1 billion passenger trips. So I just want to get a sense of that. And finally, Chair, the frequencies that the CEO mentioned in the presentations. I mean, I just want to check. I think Honorable Mabena mentioned the part about that. I read somewhere in the newspaper where a commuter was complaining that on the new trains, we have on some corridors in the Cape, we are moving at around 30 kilometers, which means a trip in the new trains is even talking longer than a trip in the old trains. So what is the average trips, and with these current frequencies that he's talking about, does PRASA think that it will be able to compete effectively with the roadside? And there's a parting shot, Chair. I heard that there's been so much talk about the rolling stock refurbishment program, and the statement has been made that these old trains are outdated and everything. My limited understanding is that a part of that fleet could still be used in South Africa, could still be used in the commuter rail network on some corridors. And I just want to hear the comments of the leadership of PRASA, whether they're thinking outside of the box in relation to that, rather than saying this entire fleet can never be utilized. Because if you look at the age profile, there are some of the trains that were upgraded by Transnet, by Union Carriage recently. And if you align the technology between the old and the new, you still get the benefits probably for the next 15 years in those trains. So I think that is something that I would urge the leadership to think quite differently about. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Montano. Honorable Malmaza.
No, thank you so much, Chair. Allow me to take this opportunity and follow suit that CEO actions on the ground speaks volumes. We are happy with what we are presenting here because it also translates to what is happening on the ground. Weekend, I managed to be in one of your train from Jamestown to Inakatlehong. The purpose was to get the feeling of the passengers. All of them were very much happy. And they said, job well done, as I never disclose who I am. However, CEO, the organization is still burdened with several historical challenges and new challenges emerging from the policy environment and government austerity. How do the CEO plan to maintain consistency with the board members and improve accountability, which has been a concern in the past, CEO? The other one will be, are you open to a more decentralized approach in decision-making, as in the past you have been blamed for centralized approach? Chair, this one also fits here. What measures does the CEO and the team have in place to deal with the financial losses which have been prevalent through mismanagement, which was also caused by ill-fated purchases of unsuitable trains? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Malmaja. I don't think I've left any other member. Before I hand it over to you, maybe to make an indication, Honorable Minister and colleagues on the platform, that if there is to be a living testimony of the hard work that you've put in place together with the team, Honorable Minister, is the story of PRASA. I think PRASA is one of those entities that indeed they are a living testimony to the turnaround work that you have invested on behalf of the people. And to this extent, we commend you and we commend the team, to the governance structure and the CEO there, together with their team. We as Honorable Malmaja is saying, we're happy with the progress thus far that has been noted. Two things that are crucial for me. One is the issue relating to the Weber Wenzel investigation. Honorable Minister, you had assured us that within a very short space of time, you'll be finalizing that particular investigation that you had been able to put in place, so as to ensure that those concerns that had been raised are actually being covered. So I would want to know how far is that particular process, and how soon can we then be able to have that matter finalized, whatever concerns of the challenges that we've been investigated being finalized. On the targets, I just want a reconciliation there that in terms of the PRASA says is targeting to have about 300 million by 2027, 2028. Whereas in terms of the plan, the strategy, the 5-year strategic plan of the department, the plan is speaking about 600 million. One may want to get a reconciliation in relation to that. What is the actual, how do we reconcile the two, so that we can then be able to know that the PRASA targets and the departmental targets are one and the same, and or they are moving in the same wavelength. So if we could be able to be assisted with that from my side, over and above the questions that have been raised by other honorable members. I know Honorable Kobe had some written questions that he had actually written, and I think he had summed up some of them as he was asking questions. And if you can then be able to assist us with that, it will go a long way. Thanks very much. Honorable Minister, over to you and the team.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm audible. I'm now moving towards the airport. Chair, I think that there are really only two questions that fall into my domain. The first is the question about the Weber Wenzel report. And this report has not yet reached me. My understanding from an update I received a couple of weeks ago is that the report was still being developed, because there were more interviews that had to take place. I'm sure the board chair can also advise when we can expect to receive that report. The second question that I think relates to myself is the policy question on devolution. And I think you would have seen the timeframes are in the APP of the department. I think what is also important is that we are trying to fast track the National Rail Bill. That would also create the enabling environment for such a policy. Obviously, rail devolution it's a complicated issue. It relates to the questions of economies of scale and also the question of capacity. And the international benchmark for devolution is a metropolitan area with more than 18 million people. I suppose Gauteng is fairly close to that at 15 million. But not yet at that point. So there will be the development of the policy, and it will be dependent on devolution because there needs to be enough people to finance the devolved authority, because you can't have a situation where national government is paying to set up 9 PRASAs. I don't think the taxpayer will like that situation. And obviously capacity in situations where subnational government doesn't have capacity to undertake basic services, we would then have to consider whether devolution is appropriate. But there is a process, and if colleagues look at their documents on the APP, you'll see the timeframes there. That's all from my side, Chair. Let me hand, with your permission, through you, Chair, I'm handing back to the board and the CEO of PRASA to deal with the issues which are mainly operational in nature.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair of the committee. Maybe to just pick up on the issue that relates to the investigation. It is a fact that the investigators have undertaken to complete and hand over the report by 26th or 27th of June, due to the fact that they had to undertake other investigations in order to complete their report. So once that is done, the report will be handed over to the Minister. Thank you. And then the second question, I think, which is in relation to, it was asked of the CEO, but I think I can also come in at this point. The question that relates to, I think it was Honorable Malimaja, yes, I'm sorry about the pronunciation. I think the question was, how does the organization deal with matters that are related with the past in terms of the issue of maybe lack of control and all the investigations that were done in the past? I think that's how I read the question. So a lot of those issues that are legacy issues were handed over by proclamation to the SIU, so that is dealt with by the SIU. But internally, in terms of the organization, processes, controls, and systems have been put through to try and circumvent and deal with any matters of business control inefficiencies within the organization. Also, from an ethics perspective, it is also the organization has taken a stance where every employees are encouraged to operate in very ethical, in an ethical manner. And in order to do that, that is emphasized on the executive that it all starts at the top. So whatever culture you're trying to bring into the organization, it has to be demonstrated from the top. So there is a change in the organization which has been driven not only from a turnaround perspective in terms of trying to recover the rail system, but also to bring in the culture of ensuring that within the organization, everything should be done according to the value systems that have been espoused and adopted by the organization in terms of how to go about doing PRASA business. So, Chair, I would say that maybe the demonstrable example might be from the fact that the organization has moved from a 4 to 5 year disclaimer period and moved into an era of a qualified report from the Auditor General's perspective and moving towards now trying to ensure that the organization actually has an unqualified report, and that's the target that has been set for the organization. And all of this is managed through the oversight and strategic guidance from the Audit Committee and the Auditor General, and to ensure that all findings by the Auditor General are dealt with and that there are no repeat findings. So it's a journey as well, in the same manner that the revitalization and the modernization of the organization is happening. In the same manner, concurrent with that, is the revitalization as well of an ethical organization that makes sure that everybody works within the confines of the policies and the business controls that have been put in place. Thank you, Chair. Maybe those are the two that had to be dealt with from a board perspective, and then I will hand over to the CEO to deal with other questions.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, honorable members, thank you very much for those questions. I think the one question that came through from all the members was around the GO, so let me address that one first. This is the refurbishment and maintenance of the existing fleet, or the old fleet, the yellow and grey trains as we refer to them. Let me start off by saying, honorable members, that there are still yellow and grey trains that we operate on our network. I want to start there. We operate them in the Eastern Cape on the East London to Berlin line. We operate them from Port Elizabeth to Uitenhage. So we're operating the yellow trains on those two corridors in the Eastern Cape. Furthermore, we also operate the yellow or the old fleet in the Western Cape particularly on the Malmesbury line, because it's a diesel haul service, and we use also the MLPS coaches there. And then also on the Wellington line, where we still have, although it's impacted by some infrastructure challenges at the moment, but also we've got the trains that operate there. So I want to start off by saying that there are still some of these trains in operation currently on the network. I want to also hasten to add that it must not be seen that this fleet offers no value to PRASA. Firstly, we've got over 4,000, 3,000 coaches. These are the yellow and grey coaches. And many of them were still in working order, although it needs maintenance here and there. And as the Minister correctly pointed out, there is better value from whether it's a disposal through a sale or utilization or leasing versus just a pure scrapping of the yellow trains. Now, having said that, some of these trains are being scrapped. And these are the ones that have we refer to them as REX. It's no longer operational, and it's got no resale value. So we get the value from the metal, so to speak, in terms of scrapping. And that also assists, I think it was Honorable Garner that asked very early on, even around the storage space in our depots and our staging yards for the new trains. Do we have storage? And part of the scrapping, the first phase was to scrap 590 of these yellow coaches. I think we're sitting at just over 200 that we have scrapped. And this does help with the staging and storage for the new trains. There is another consignment that still falls within the scrapping, if I can call it, category, that the team will be looking at. So that's the second point I wanted to make. But going back to the issue of the value of the coaches, not only looking at it from in Africa, but even locally. We spoke earlier about There's also the focus that one needs to look at possibility of new services or new, we call it a rural rail type solution. For example, if I can mention the corridor in KZN, which is not a rural corridor, but this is where you would need to implement the yellow trade if there's a solution found in the short term. And this is the corridor to Stanger, the northern corridor in KZN. It's one of our corridors that has got significant patronage, but there is no electrical infrastructure. It's a line also owned by Transnet. And if we were able to bring a service, whether it's through a diesel haul or through a new diesel or new alternative technology for the train, these are some of the corridors that one can utilize the yellow and grey trains in the short term. So it's not as if there is no need currently for some of these trains. Yes, I think if one look at the business need from where it was 5 years ago to where it is now, the business need has changed in terms of the need, in terms of the quantum for the yellow and grey trains. And a lot of that, when I say in the past 5 years back, when we were operating all the corridors on better than a limited service, you needed more trains. Coming through that period 4 years back with only having 4 corridors and rebuilding and recovering, one understands the issue of some of the questions coming around that business need and how do you ensure that you are not getting the best value out of the limited capital resources that you have. And that is something that the team here is looking at in terms of what is the immediate business need. We still have the business needs for the MLPS, the long distance coaches that we are running. We've got a shortage of locomotives and availability of locomotives that we want to see through a maintenance through this process, how that can assist with availability. But then going back to what the honorable members were mentioning around the project value and so forth. Firstly, there's no additional 5 billion that's allocated to the GEO program. There's no additional funds. Not that I'm aware of that I've seen. There's no additional funding that has come on this program. We are looking at how do we best utilize that, and I've taken note of the request to look at some of the breakdowns, and I know there has been a written question on this that the team will also respond in more detail. But I think it is important to just mention that point around looking also medium to long term around the potential and the value that comes with these coaches, both locally as well as the continent. Going through a process now looking at feasibility of a rolling stock company, a leaseco and so forth, what opportunities reside within this. And again, the yellow fleet, we have seen interest coming from some of our neighbors in Africa already. We've been approached by some of them looking at is there an option for some of these coaches. So I think there's some value that we must see how we derive best value from this program, best value from how it is refurbished or maintained, but at the same time ensuring that it's done within what is the highest priorities for PRASA from a capital spend point of view. And then just lastly I think on that point is when one is looking at, and this is the team is looking at, perhaps also repurposing, looking at other technologies that could be sort of built into the new, into the yellow and grey trains that offer additional benefits, because many of the corridors do not have electrical overhead infrastructure, and therefore alternative technologies in the short term, be it diesel, in the medium term, alternative more sort of green solutions around some of that. And those are some of the things that we are looking at. I just want to mention, it was alluded to, and I think it was in the written question as well. There's also investigations that has been done around this program. And I don't want to mention the company's name, but it's the same one that was mentioned earlier that's also done this investigation. And that report is with PRASA, but we are dealing with it both from internal in terms of consequence management, as well as dealing with where we've seen some irregularities from a contractual and with the service providers. There are sensitive processes that we are now embarking upon, and hence It's not that we want to make that report public because of the sensitive processes that we are dealing with. But that is just the aspect in terms of broadly speaking to where we are with the GEO program, and to mention that we are looking at how do we ensure that the money that we are spending and on the program is still in line with the priorities of PRASA in terms of a business need. So, Chair, very quickly, just moving on to Honourable Mabena, the central line encroachment. Yes, firstly, there's two answers to that question. One is from a PRASA, we've got the security on the ground to ensure there's not re-encroachment. But secondly, there's a multi-departmental approach to that we have set up this implementation structures and protocol with the involvement and the leadership of the Department of Transport, Human Settlements, who have appointed the HDA, the Development Agency, to assist with the permanent relocation. So that aspect still exists on the central line. And the permanent solution around the relocation of some of these informal settlements still needs to be finalized. And we're looking at our partners in that implementation protocol, including the city and the provincial government in assisting with that relocation process. Very quickly on the signaling coverage, yes, we can show you per region which corridors currently have signaling, but just roughly speaking, if we're looking at from an overall percentage, we're sitting at about 20 to 30% of the network that has got some signaling capability. So that is an aspect, that's why it's one of the highest priorities in terms of getting signaling fully up and running across the country. Honourable Kubeka, very quickly on the signaling, still sticking with that because you had raised also around the tender and the processes. Those processes particularly is still in the procurement process. I think PRASA will communicate when there's progress on moving out of the procurement stage. That is particularly around the Gauteng signaling one. As you know, as you may know, in KZN we do have a service provider that's on the ground. And just to add that it's not one service provider for the whole country as we speak. I saw there was mention around having one company. So these are different tenders that we are dealing with as part of the signaling project. And just to clarify on your question around the revenue that was there in terms of the MTF that we showed and the passenger numbers, and the slide that showed the 2.5 billion revenue, I should have maybe been a bit more clearer. That 2.5 only related to commercial revenue that we're looking as part of our secondary mandate. So through developments, leasing, and all of those things, we want to generate 2.5 billion over this period through to 2035. The 2.5 or 3 billion that I mentioned for fare revenue and dating it back to 2013, that will be over and above this. So currently, as I've mentioned, the end of the financial year, the 77 million passengers we had, a revenue of 600 million. If we get back to those numbers, we are looking at fare revenues back into the billions, and that will be over and above this 2.5 that we showed as commercial revenue. I hope that clarifies, Honourable Kubeka, on that one. Honourable Kobe, I've noted, and also that there's written questions around that on the GO. I've responded a high level, but there can be more detail that can be provided. Just very quickly on the Davidson recovery, I did mention in the presentation, it's one of the key corridors that still need to recover. It is unfortunately one of the corridors that has been impacted severely by theft and vandalism. To a large extent, it's a rebuild of that corridor that we need to look at, including the stations that have been vandalized. And this is one where we are trying to align this with our capital funding availability that we have. And hence, when we show the corridors that we can bring back in the MTF period, currently where we are targeting this one in terms of the recovery is in the next financial year. But we can share that rollout in terms of the detailed program so that a sense of the work that needs to go into that corridor, I think, can be appreciated as part of that. Honourable Ghana, I've dealt with the GEO just on the aggressive marketing in the slide, and I fully agree. It's not just about infrastructure recovery. It is also about your marketing, your customer services that you need to have to make sure you attract passengers to the network to reach the 600 million. It's not just dealing with the infrastructure recovery program. I agree we can do a lot more on the marketing and communications. We have improved, but a lot more can be done. It's also got to deal with our ticketing systems that we need to roll out. Also our customer interface, sort of digital solutions that we are looking at rolling out, interface with apps and so forth, that we can ensure that we have proper communication tools that we can be online with the customers. So I think that point is well noted. Honorable Mutabatse, on terms of the track quality, I think that was a question you were asking about earlier about what is the quality. Yes, we do have these machines that measures the quality of your track. It's referred to as the TQI, Track Quality Index. And we've got a project underway. We have got these yellow machines, the on-track machines, that is currently doing the grinding, the screening, to ensure that we can improve the track quality. There are certain sections that the track quality is not, I think, at the level that we would like. This will also improve with the speed that we can operate on some of these lines. And we're happy to share with you that program around how we are rolling this one out nationally in terms of these on-track machines that we are rolling out. Signaling, electronic signaling that we are rolling out across the country, that is the plan, with a move to in-cab signaling. And that's the capability that the new trains have that is being manufactured at the moment. And that will also over time allow that you've got less trackside equipment that can be exposed to theft and vandalism as part of the signaling program. Honorable Montana, I agree around the issue around travel patterns and movement. I think it is one that a lot has happened since when the railway lines were built and where we are now. Through this, we work very closely with the planning authorities, the cities and so forth in terms of the integrated transport plans, the studies, to look at what these travel patterns are. Many of these corridors that we have brought back have been the priority corridors. We've seen the high volumes. And I think very important link to that question also is how do you start expanding the network? There are some key lines that speak to these travel patterns, that speak to the growth of the cities, that it cannot only be a recovery and rebuild, it's also about the new travel patterns and also expanding the network. So whether it is the extension beyond Davidson that we have planned, whether it is the Blue Downs in Cape Town, whether it's Motherwell in the Eastern Cape, these also needs to get the attention as part of this modernization that we are rolling out now. And we're working very closely with the cities. And I think that is going to also feed back into the rail master plan in terms of what are some of the new and sort of rail requirements going into the future. And that process is underway as we speak. I want to clarify, you are correct, and thank you for picking that up around the 1 billion. It's not 1 billion passengers, it's 1 billion passenger trips that we are looking at. Just to clarify that, because I know exactly where the question is coming from. So it's passenger trips that we are referring to. And again, the strategy is around not only choice, but not only capture, but trying to looking at the choice users, also utilizing the rail system. I think your point on the geo was also duly noted in terms of how we deal with that. Now, competing with the roadside, I think is very important. One, we are rolling through the recovery as a modernized rail system. And when one wants to compete also with road-based transport, one of the key issues you need to compete with is travel time. We've seen the cities at the moment, the congestion that we have had. At the moment, we are not competing that effective with travel time because of speed restrictions, because of the signaling not being in place. But the other elements of an attractive system being the modern elements, if you look at the new trains, what it's offering and so forth, the air conditioning, the seating, the security that you have in the train. One of the key things that we need to get right as part of the signaling, the track quality, is travel time. And you may recall, Honorable Motana, some of these lines also lend itself, especially we've got the 4-line section where you can run fast trains and slow trains to compete with some of your road transport solutions that are there. And then over and above that, when it comes to public transport, is how you have a fully integrated sort of public transport solutions with your rail, your taxi, and your bus complementing each other as part of that process. Honorable Malamatse, and I think this is moving towards the end now. I think the chair did cover the issue on that. Just coming back to the, and I'm glad you took the time to Katlehong, so that it's not just a presentation, you've experienced firsthand, and thank you very much for that feedback that you have provided. I think one of the key things there, and I think we can take this question to understand it a bit better also, Honorable Malamatse, around the unsuitable train. I don't think you're referring here to the new Sitimela Sabantu. I mean, these trains are suitable. And even I think the question around unsuitable, if I think what you may be referring to, I think we need to discuss that, because if it's related to the locomotives of previous, I mean, those trains are suitable on the network. And it's been approved by the RSR on portions of the network. But I think we need to have a broader discussion so that one is fully understood around that, if that is indeed the question that you were raising there. And then, Honorable Chair, I'll end off with your question just around the alignment with the department in terms of the APP and so forth. In our slide, when we refer to the 300 million, we were only talking for the MTF period, but certainly, as per the Minister's very clear target that she has provided, by 2030, it is 600 million. The 300 million that we would like to achieve is by the 27-28 financial year, and then growing that to the 600 million, as per the directive by the shareholder. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Chair, that concludes our responses on PRASA. If the honourable members still have time, the acting DG is still in the meeting, and we could ask him just to respond to the other questions.
I wanted to say, I see Honorable Mabena's hand. I'll come to you, Honorable Mabena, but I think because we still have time, maybe at least until I've passed, we can just somewhere allow the acting DG to come in so that we close this thing once and for all. We don't have to have written answers, because I could hear honorable members wanted these answers. Honorable Mabena, you have a follow-up on PRASA? Honorable Minister, before Honorable Mabena comes in, and I did not capture your answer on the Weber Wenzel report. You see now, all members want follow-ups now. Okay. Honorable Minister, before, maybe let me just allow honorable members to follow up, then I'll make a determination on whether the 18 DG can come in or not, because now I thought I'm allowing, now all the hands are up. Honorable members, all of you are going to speak. I'm going to give you 2 minutes each. Honorable Mabena, Honorable Montana, Honorable Kubeka, Honorable Kobe. Yes, in that order.
Chair, I'm going to ask to be excused because I have to go now to my flat.
You are excused, Honorable Minister. Should we have an opportunity, we'll still entertain the acting DG. If we do not have, we'll then refer to the written answers. Honorable Mabena. 2 minutes, I'm timing now.
Yes, thank you very much. Then, I think there was a question that they missed on the Kliptown train station refurbishment, and I put it in the chat there, but I see that they didn't read the chat. The issue of the restoration of that station, because there was talk that there was 21 million rands which was allocated for its refurbishment. Now the question is, Chair, are you saying something?
No, sorry for disrupting. I thought I've muted. I wanted a tablet. You can go on. I'm sorry for that.
All right. Thanks, Chair. So there was talk that 21 million rands was allocated for the refurbishment of the Kliptown train station in Soweto. When is that project commencing? And perhaps if you can give us a specific update on that. But I also asked for an update on the other 160 train stations which have not yet been recovered. And I also specifically asked that if maybe you can do a separate presentation and send it to the committee, even if it's in the form of a report, where you tell us that these are the 160 stations, what is the process, and what is the progress. But also my follow-up on the GO1 and the refurbishment. You see, the yellow and gray fleets, you have only mentioned 2 corridors in the Eastern Cape, and you've mentioned also 2 corridors in the Western Cape, which is Malmesbury and Wellington. So meaning that
as you move towards a close, my man.
Yes. So if then those gray and yellow trains are only operating only on those 4 isolated corridors, then that means honestly they are vanity projects, and I think we should also accelerate it in terms of the disposal of these things through sale to those other countries you've mentioned. Thanks.
Honorable Mabana, you fine?
Yes, I'm done, Chair.
Thank you very much. On time.
Thanks, Chairman. It's brief. Just to thank CEO for the response to the questions. There are 2 specific questions that I didn't hear. Perhaps you could repeat if you did answer. You can repeat the question on depot modernization versus the TSSA, and the second one was on the localization in the context of the revitalization of the rail engineering industry, and the issue about whether we've been able to retain part of that investment in the country. I think those are 2 questions I asked, Chair, and I just want to ask the CEO to reflect on them. Thank you.
Can I carry on, Chair?
Honorable Kobe. Who's there? Who wanted to carry on?
Honorable Gopega, Chair, but I'll wait.
No,
Yeah, you
Chair,
come after.
okay. Chair, I just wanted to know with regards to the countries in Africa that are interested in buying these products, if we can have a breakdown of the list of these countries, and also if these countries have the infrastructure, the rail networks. I did ask about that to say which countries have the Cape rail gauge, which is used by the Yellow Fleet. I'd like to know that. So the country and also the matching infrastructure for these trains. On a return on investment, how many of these that have already been refurbished by the 2.5 billion are operational, and how much do they then contribute to the rail network? I just need to know if there's some sort of way we can recover this amount, this obscene amount that has been spent on the trains. And also, Chair, just last one. Who then bears the burden of maintenance? Do we have a maintenance plan with it? And does it still lie with us? Because if that's the case, we continue to throw money down a bottomless pit, because these trains are not only, not less value for money, but they're an occupational hazard at best. Thanks, Chair.
Can I carry on, Chair?
Yes.
Chair, I'm not sure if we still have any representative from the minister's office. I wanted to ask the minister, and if the minister is not here, maybe the DG can relay the message or the question to her. The question is, Transnet has 2 companies doing the same thing, or the same work rather, at the same time. And they are both being paid enormous amounts to the tune of over 70 million rands. Now, these companies they are called Liquid Telecoms and Data Centrics. One of the companies has been terminated, yet they still continue operating. What I wanted to ask was, what is the logic behind this? Is this not wasteful expenditure? And I wanted to know, because the CIO of Transnet is aware of this, I wanted to know, how is he explaining this to the minister? I wanted to know if the DG has asked anything about this or if he's aware of it. And how is the CIO explaining this to the CEO and the board? Thank you, Chair.
Would you have a problem with the entity itself also answering that question?
Not at all, Chair, but I would like the minister to comment because I wanted to direct it to her. But if the answers can come from the entity as well, they would be appreciated.
Okay. Is everyone covered? Is everyone covered? If you are all covered, I'm going to allow Sham to come in and the kitchen DG will come on this answer question of Quebec from the department point of view or from the department angle. What I would want you to speak to Hisham when you come in, the CEO, also speak to us. You seem to be doing a lot of work, as Honorable Malmat was saying earlier on, but this work is not adequately covered. What is your spend on marketing? If you can also come to that, on your marketing your products and so forth, because given where we come from with this entity and the setback we have suffered, having to draw back the clients and so forth, as I think is also Honorable Montana would have said, you are going to have to do a lot of work intentional in terms of marketing. And I think as much as you are doing very well, this is an aspect that I don't see forthcoming. If you can also come on board on that. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. Chair, just on the follow-up questions that were raised. Honorable Mabena, I think just to deal with your whole question around stations, I think we can provide that detailed report for you to see how we're dealing with the remaining stations. Sorry, I did not see your question in the chat around Kliptown train station, and we'll get the report from the team. But what I do know is that we have restored basic functionality to Kliptown train station, and that there's a further improvement plan for the station that needs to be undertaken, and those details can be shared with you with the committee, Honorable Mabena, if that is okay with the committee. And then look, I'm taking the comments on the GO. I've responded, and I think we take the point around accelerating also on the disposal. That is certainly part of the strategy. Not only those that we are scrapping, but those that we can dispose through, whether it is lease or sale, or that is what we are trying to accelerate. So I think that point is well noted, Honorable Mabena. Honorable Montana, thank you for those questions. I did miss them. I did not respond to it. I also just want to pick up on another observation that you made, and then I think I want to just be clear on that. You raised the clarity around the one slide on policy and austerity. I want to withdraw that was an error on our side. In fact, that was meant to indicate funding limitation, not austerity. So thanks for picking that up, and I want to withdraw that was on the presentation. It was meant to reflect the funding limitations that we have on our side. Coming to the depot modernization and the TSSA and the revitalization of the industry, you are quite correct in terms of there is the depot facility agreement that comes with the developed project in terms of the trade manufacturing and the requirement of the depots to ensure that the maintenance can be undertaken, the various maintenance stages, not just your daily, but the monthly, the annual, and sort of the biannual stages, and your kilometers that you are sort of traversing with this new train. So that is an aspect that is very important in terms of the link between the depot and the develop program. As I've mentioned, unfortunately, this is a program, when I say a couple of years, it's close to a decade that this program is behind schedule. The only depot that has received significant modernization upgrade elements is the Wilmington depot in Gauteng. The other depots being Gordon Island, Springfield, Bloemfontein have received what we call interim upgrades to it, to at least be able to take some of the frontline maintenance capability, maintenance requirements of the new trains that needs to be undertaken. What the team also is busy with is looking at that time frame between when the depots will be fully modernized versus where we are with the operations of the new train. What is the, if you can call it, interim solution that we have in place, not only from PRASA, but if we have other partners that can assist to ensure that we meet those contractual obligations, be it through the TSSA as well as the MSA in terms of the running of the new trains. And that we can share more detail with yourselves once those plans are developed in the detail that we have dealt with it outside. I want to deal with your question, Honorable Montana, around the revitalization of the industry in a broader aspect, because not only through the new train manufacturing, but there's an element even on the general overall refurbishment of the yellow trains. And honorable members may be aware that at some point the rail maintenance industry virtually come to a standstill, both because of the work that was not at a PRASA as well as a Transnet point of view. And that's one of the elements also as part of the strategic, if I can call it, discussion around the GO, is that there was also a level of revitalization of this industry, not only through the develop project and in terms of the supply chain that stem from that and your SMMEs, but even through the GO program, revitalizing that industry. And therefore that strategic discussion in line with the AU decision that South Africa become the rolling stock manufacturing hub, you also need the maintenance capabilities that go along with it. And therefore there's a very important discussion around this revitalization of the let's call it, that broader industry within the rolling stock space that needs to happen. So Honorable Montana, I know I'm digressing a little bit, but I think there is that component that goes even outside of just this discussion that we need to have. And we can certainly share with the committee again more detail, whether through another visit or through a report on some of these progress and interventions that we are dealing with around that aspect. Honorable Kobe, around the detail on the countries that are interested, yes, we can certainly provide that in terms of where there's been interest that comes through on our side. And yes, certainly in Africa, there are networks that operate on what we call the Cape gauge or the narrow gauge that we have. In fact, I'm attending a board meeting tomorrow with the Southern African Rail Association, of which I'm the president there at the moment. And through there, many of the country rail operators, and through there that they've also expressed interest, and that's where we have, whether it is Eswatini, whether it is in Zambia, Botswana, there is some interest that is being expressed, but we can share that in more detail. And over and above that, even interest that has come locally around running on some of the lines where there are no services that, as we speak, be it in rural or emerging cities around the country, that we've got these opportunities. So those things are there. The detail, as per your written questions, Honorable Kobe, we can provide that in a report, including on the maintenance, what is being spent on that, and the value around some of these things. Chair, and then finally on your question, I think this is something that PRASA takes as very constructive criticism. What we have received around, particularly about PRASA telling its story, that we're not always doing a good job around that, the communication and the marketing on what we are dealing with. I will share with you what was the exact spend that we had last year. I just don't have it off the top of my head at the moment, but we can share that. But I think the message is clear that PRASA needs to do more in terms of telling its story and the progress that we are achieving. So I've just received the confirmation that in the last financial year, our marketing and comms spend was approximately 160 million. That's nationally in terms of what we spent on that element. But I think the comment that you're making is noted. We need to do more, and not all of it is just about spend as well, but it's about telling our story more effectively. So thank you, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, for those questions and the follow-ups. We'll be happy to provide more detail where required. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, can you hear me? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Chair, I think they're done.
Thanks, Honorable Mabena. If they are done, can we then have the responses from and colleagues are satisfied, right? Yeah, to the extent that Honorable Mabena, you say you think they are done, it means they satisfiedly answered now. Can we then request the acting DG to come and sum up the answers so that we don't wait for the written responses?
Chair, Honorable Chairperson, thank you, and honorable members. The Chair, I think by and large we can attest that the Minister dealt with the majority of the questions. I was eliminating them as she was responding. And the Chair, we don't expect to spend more than 5 minutes on the remaining ones, Chairperson. I think, Chair, we noted the Chair's comments around alignment. Chair, we removed close to 40 slides on this presentation. It was just going to be long, but I think in doing so, we then took out the slides that connect and align one, but two, the most important ones where you say we're not talking the same language from the ministry, from the department, vis-a-vis those that are supposed to be delivering on those priorities that we have identified. We will do a cleanup, but Chair, we would appreciate if the Chair can then point us to those specifics as the Chair has indicated. Chairperson, the workers at the DLCA, like we have said, we have a combination of workers that come from the old Tasima, who were absorbed by the entity, and those that were seconded from the department. That constitutes the workforce at the DLCA, Chairperson. The cleanup that we are doing now is to ensure that we finalize on the organogram, because it is supposed to be a unit within the Rose branch in the department. We finalize on the organogram. That work was delayed or slowed down because of the anticipation that the entity would have been transferred to RTMC as per the previous decisions. Unfortunately, that work was stopped in its tracks by the reality. I think Treasury was concerned that we may not have done a proper due diligence. But of importance, we needed to They specifically said that we do not, or that it is advised that the proposed migration should be deferred until we have finalized with the acquisition of the machine. And we can connect that to what then the minister has said on this issue. So it is not that we were not looking into those, but we were stopped a little bit in terms of doing that promptly. Chair, there was an issue around the effect of the PSP program and crowding in private sector into a space. What will it do to the revenue for Transnet and even PRASA? Chairperson, the reality, I think, it was also summed up by Honorable Member Montana. He said, we probably need money in transport. So the investment in transport are not where they're supposed to be. We all agree. But the reality of the matter is that there is just no money in the system. The envelope has not grown vis-a-vis the cost. In fact, if you look at the costs that have gone up, the envelope has shrinked. So there is no money. In the absence of no money, the service that we are supposed to provide as the states, public transport being one of them, whether rail or road. If you really want to improve the quality and improve coverage, then you are not going to do it the current investment levels. And the other way to deal with it is to then crowd in private investment. But as you do that, you should know that you are bringing in competition for Transnet and PRASA. Now, on the one side, you then make sure that the two are attractive, but also you bank on what we call the infrastructure manager, TRIM. In terms of leveling the playing field and ensuring that, as Honorable Montana puts it, there's no cherry picking. You make sure that where you want interventions to happen, which is informed by policy and other considerations, are what you need to do, not what the private sector wants to invest in. But in case there is nobody who then take up that corridor operations or whatever, you now have the state entity as in freight, Transnet as in passenger, PRASA, to fill in the gap, and you support them. And basically, the cost of transport vis-a-vis to the user vis-a-vis what the real cost is to the operator. That difference is what would normally categorize as a subsidy. So there's always going to be a need for state intervention in terms of subsidy. But I think on another day we'll also then deal with this matter and talk about really what happened to British Rail. Because, I'm sure the time is not enough to deal with all of those matters. But British Rail was lock, stock, and barrel. Everything, infrastructure and operations. Now we're doing it slightly differently in the country. Chair, BRTs are part of the IPTNs. BRTs are not IPTNs. And some of us who really live up to the realities in South Africa, we know that you need volumes, you need dense corridors to be able to operate an expensive system like BRT. And that is why we are saying we are rethinking this thing. We move away from heavily infrastructure-laden systems and then make sure that we get more vehicles on the road and transport the people. I think there was an issue on Shofagalula program. Chair, we can we can submit a concept of Shofagalula. This is a very old program. We actually are reviewing it, but it has become so popular that it is just not feasible to abandon it. There's a bicycle program for the learners. It became so popular with the learners, and we may not necessarily deal with it. Chair, we have noted the question around the two companies doing the same job. We want to believe it's a contract management issue. And then, Chair, if it is the feeling of the committee that we can follow it up as a department, on behalf of the committee, we'll do that. But also on our own, thank you very much for this type of information. From a shareholder's point of view, we also then would ask we'll ask for answers on this matter. I think, Chair, we have dealt with plugging in the gaps on the questions, on the responses provided by the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Honorable members, you covered to the extent that colleagues could answer, they did, and I think we really appreciate. We really
Sorry,
appreciate the yes.
I was not answered, Chair. I'm not sure if I should wait for a response from the minister.
Hello?
I'm saying I'm not answered, Chair. I'm not sure if I should wait for a response from the minister or not.
Yeah, on that question of it was on the question, Kubeka, remind me, on the question of the two companies.
Yes, Chair. It was on the question of the two companies, Liquid Telecoms and Data Centrics, Chair.
It's fine. We can, you know what, we must actually reduce that question in writing. But for now, I'm going to request Hisham to come in on that question. CEO.
Chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. Chair.
Hello.
Chair, the reason I was asking the minister the question is because it's about Transnet. It's not about PRASA.
Oh, it's about Transnet. No, then let's
Yes.
let's leave the question in. I thought you were saying PRASA. So it's fine.
No,
Let's
it's
leave the
Transnet,
question.
Chair.
Let's reduce that question to writing. We'll forward it to the minister. Ne?
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Group CEO. Group CEO.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, I did not capture your last answer on my marketing question.
Okay, so Chair, we took the comment, Chair, that we need to do better in terms of telling our story and our marketing and communication. I did share with the committee that, because you asked the question, last year our spend on the marketing and comms was in the order of 160 million. But I think the point that you make is that we need to do better in that space. So we will certainly take it up from the team to see how we improve on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think can we then agree that colleagues have done their part? I think you have done well, colleagues, in terms of answering us, and I think we are satisfied that you have answered us to the best of your knowledge and to the best of your understanding. It's quite impressive that you have a department and an entity coming here, asking you ask them questions, they provide you answers. That's the type of accountability we need, and that's how we can move South Africa forward. We're not going to move South Africa by attacking and diving. Where there are shortfalls, we acknowledge the shortfalls. Where things are going well, we accept that things are going well. There's just an issue that the timeline for report on station refurbishment, we may have to agree that how soon can we get that particular information? It indeed, is it PRASA and the department?
No, it's for the CEO, Chair. CEO for
CEO
PRASA.
PRASA, yes. CEO, when can we get the report on refurbishment of station?
Yeah, Chair. So we can get the report through by the end of the week, if that is acceptable to the committee.
Acceptable. Let's await. I think then means We'll get that report at least by Monday. Thanks very much, honorable members. You'll get that report. And I want to take this moment to thank all of you, the department, the minister and the deputy minister and their absence here, the accounting officer for the department and the entire team that support you, the governance structure, the chair of the board. Thanks very much. And together with this, the group CEO and the entirety of the team, we really appreciate that you came. You provided answers, as I was saying earlier on. You provided answers of all the questions that we're able to raise. And we really appreciate that. And I think we'll meet again on the occasion that we warrant that we meet and engage on other issues. But to this extent, we welcome and accept your corporate plan, PRASA, and we also appreciate your plan, your strategic plan, the Department of Transport, South Africa. Thanks very much. The meeting is closed until we meet again.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.